Hey guys, we're live, and just have to go get myself another pop here in a moment. Get some extra lighting here so you guys can see that. There we go, get a little brighter. You guys can see this is just getting another one of these. Oh, that's a shorter one, but that's okay. So, guys, we had an education moment on Facebook. I don't like to do too much of those, but based on truth and facts. But yeah, so just giving you guys the update, the sequel or the second half to get that in there. The second half, to Felicia Liliani Through the Looking Glass, guys. Definitely. I'll be working on too as well. Again, the first name is going to change. Again, guys, we're going to have a bit of a change there. So definitely, because the Felicia one was kind of early. We got it kind of what I wasn't going to start this till August, but I figured everything is everything's falling into place good on time and everything else like that too as well. So the second one again starts with a Gypsy Rover. Oh shit! Here we go again. Over there on TikTok, we'll say. Excuse me. Just hang on a second here, guys. Get this open. Too bad this wasn't working on my new YouTube account. I guess I had to go back to my old one, but definitely. But I was hoping my live stream on my new account would work, so I don't have to live stream on this one. I could live stream on both, but I guess I'm not getting that. Again, the second one is, guys, it's going to be Indiana T Plane Through the Looking Glass. Who knows? That kind of stuff like that. So that way there's going to be kind of quite sequels to it. So yes, that's going to take us into August and September and October. Felicia's going to be back with us too as well for my 41st birthday. I'll be 41 on October 6th, which is Thanksgiving weekend. So save you if you guys are going to planning on surprising me on TikTok with birthday wishes and stuff like that, wait till October the 6th, because my birthday's not till October the 6th. Definitely I'll be 41. Again, little Felicia Liliani is gonna be out and around. Maybe a bit of a happy hour then too as well. So we don't know. Depends what I have for supplies. Definitely, guys. I'm just drinking regular Coca-Cola. Definitely. Again, the pajamas outfit is going to be different for the Gypsy Rover. So again, Gypsy Rover goes through the looking glass again, but this time he sees Indiana Plane. Same way he did with Felicia. Definitely. So again, maybe it'll be better. Do you guys want me to keep it as a musical, or do you want some talking in between it? Or you just want the good old TikTok musical? Because I think everybody likes all the good TikTok musical better than anything. So again, going to do the back again, putting together the blue screen. Now the blue background scene, guys, is going to be different. Totally going to be probably going to be more reality and be different. Again, yeah, you want to fantasize it too. So So yes, I think we're gonna go do something fantasy that you guys are gonna be interested to see. Um, that's going to make it kind of something that be familiar to you guys, or to what you grew up with. Definitely like me, grew up in the 1980s or whatever for the blue screen, green screening. Um, who knows? Maybe the Wizard of Oz background, but again, different name. Indiana T playing through the Looking Glass. The second time around, the first one was Felicia. So yeah, so the second half I think is going to kind of change it a bit. I managed to get through the first set without this falling over. Haven't got anybody to bolt it on yet, or screw it on tight yet. Definitely. Also, you guys keep guys that are wearing orange, guys, everybody that wore orange for Canada today, guys, on July 4th. Still wear your orange, guys. July 12th is coming up, Orange Men's Day. If you guys still want to wear your orange for July 12th, that's up to you guys. But it's acceptable for July the 12th because July the 12th is Orange Men's Day, anyways. They may remember commemoration of Battle of Boyne of 1812. But since now everybody's into wearing orange these days, feel free to wait for July the 12th too, because July the 12th is actually Orange Men's Day too. But so yes, I'm gonna have some cool ideas going into. Hopefully, I get the back of that mirror tight. So definitely, especially if it's Indiana T playing going to the Looking Glass this time. Definitely. If anything, that's going to fall over on Indiana T playing. Again, names changed around differently. Like I did with Felicia through the Looking Glass. Again, a new series of the Looking Glass series. Again, because we cannot use Alice. We can use the word Looking Glass. I can use the word Looking Glass because it's a common word in any dictionary. It's everyday vocabulary. It's used all the time. It's just I can't put the word Alice with it. Completely different vocabulary. So, same idea. The Gypsy Rover starts out with the Gypsy Rover. In his living room, in his pajamas, bored as hell. And he sees another world through the Looking Glass. But this time the first time he's seen Felicia Liliani through the Looking Glass, and he followed her through the glass. This time he sees Indiana T playing and follows him through the glass. And I just gotta find the right backgrounds for that. Um, Everybody would say, well, why would you not use the photo backgrounds from the real sets of the real cartoons or the real movies? I can't do that. Much as I would love to, I cannot do that. This is why I have to make it all different. The theme song, because it's on TikTok, on TikTok, yes, us TikTokers can use the theme song because we're TikTokers. But as far as the real photos from the real movies goes, I cannot use them as background green screens as much as I would love to. Especially for Indiana T. Plaintiff Looking Glass, definitely. I thought it would be cool, yes. I am an Indiana Jones fan myself. But because everything goes public, I cannot use the real movie posters in the background of Indiana Jones. Definitely. So my background blue screens have to be all different. A lot of more hard work. It's all gotta be different. The Indiana Jones theme song may be the same, or maybe a different style of it, because there is a Jumanji style of it, definitely, or a totally different style of it. More of a Amazon jungle style to it, beat to it, jungle drum to it. So therefore, everything is being done totally different, and so everything's okay. So it's all changed around. So it's not going to match the real thing. It's totally different, and everything's done on. Yes, everything is on TikTok. By the way, definitely. See how that looks out. Talk about TikTok. So my lives work. My live screens work. No. Yeah, it's cool. I got my live back. Cool. Everything's working. I can. A lot of people say, sorry about that, guys. That somebody was on there talking. I'm gonna put that down. So, well, why don't you go live on TikTok Live and do it? Do the cosplay, and you get it all. You don't have to do it all in different 60-second parts. I like you do it all in 60-second parts because I can stop and in between change characters in between before I go on again. Well, the other way is it's kind of hard to keep changing the blue screen backgrounds all the time, because once you set one blue screen background when you go live, you can't change for another cell like you can do like stage change sets like you can on your 60-second videos. Comedy night, guys, definitely stand-up comedy night. There again, Joker's Corner, guys. Halloween night, stand-up comedy. See how the night goes. Definitely, I'm gonna make sure, guys, that it is a happy hour night. Definitely, because that kind of it gets me into comical. That's when the comedy really flows. Definitely. And yes, I will try not to break anything. totally will try not to break anything. Just like guys, I'm just drinking pop, by the way, guys. Definitely, it's hot. I do drink juice in between, but I kind of had to go back to my Gypsy Tea account, guys, definitely, because my new account, my Timothy new account, I can't go live on. But I can post to it. So guys, you guys go watch my videos on there. You can watch my videos on here as well. And definitely. On this one here has all the Haunted Hunter's Cabin ones too as well. It goes way back to when I started those, like 2014. Now, I've been doing social media before even TikTok started. Definitely, I had joined TikTok in 2015, especially when, back those days, like I was saying before, they didn't have all these different channels. People got along with each other. There wasn't so much hate. There was no racism from people. Like I said, all this racism started back in 2016, 2017. 2016, 2017, 2018 is when all this hate and racism really started on TikTok, coming out of people. Definitely, and the trolling, the bullying, everything else like that. But before then, when it was ByteDance in China owned it, everybody was polite with everybody. People, if they video chatted you, they were nice, they were polite. They didn't video chat you, they didn't video stitch you to cause trouble, they didn't video stitch you to bully you. They didn't use the comment section to bully people, as bad as gotten today. TikTok's not the way TikTok started. And TikTok's not being used in the right manner that it's supposed to be used for. Definitely the performing and arts out of it, which originally was originally why TikTok started, was for as an app for performing and arts theater. For people like myself that that are working and working hard to always had dreams or goals of becoming actors, or to get them used to get the feel and what it would be like in a celebrities community, separate from ours. Definitely, that's what TikTok was really designed for. Not for what we see not what we see is going on there today. All the fighting, all the hating, all the racism, all the hating, all the bullying, all the threatening that goes on there. It's become a very unsafe platform so far. Like I said, there's still a few good people on there. I'm not saying there isn't, amongst everything. But it is like I said, TikTok's gone downhill too fast, too far. And this all happened because all the idiots in the United States decided they're going to elect Donald Trump as their president. And this is when all the shit hit the fan, with TikTok. And it started getting corrupted big time. Since 2018, even he got in 2016. Definitely, he was in 2016, 2017, 2018, almost up to 2019, middle of 2019, when this pandemic started. And this is what caused TikTok to go right downhill. Totally. The reason why it turned out the way it did, and it shouldn't have turned out this way, because this is not the TikTok I remember. Definitely. Like I said, I like doing the live performing and arts and everything else like that. Everybody's at each other's throat, that kind of stuff, like TikTok. Like, it is the entertainment. I'm sorry, but the entertainment, yes, honestly, I could say, there's very few left of us that actually use it for the right manner, for the entertainment end of it. But a lot of the entertainment end of it, yes, has gone out. I can honestly say that has died out of it. It's not as fun as well to me. Yes, it is still kind of fun, but it partially doesn't feel as fun as it used to be. You know, the basically what drew me to TikTok was basically the happiness, the joy of it. Everybody enjoying themselves. Everybody was getting along until 2018. Then now they're at everybody's throats. But yeah, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I can say yes. It is all this Donald Trump crap that started it all. I can honestly say that. Especially with that app. But so far, YouTube's been pretty good. Is still keeping strong, still keeping good. Somewhat. Facebook, it is keeping good too as well. So I'm just gonna have to. I kind of have to figure out how I'm gonna line up Indiana through the Indiana T plane through the looking. Now that's gonna be quite interesting, guys, because yes, there is an Indiana Jones movie coming out with Harrison Ford. Indiana Jones 5, Empire of something evil, or the Temple Empire of Evil, something like that. I can't pronounce it. I get it advertised on my Facebook. It's Disney this time doing it. Usually it's Paramount Pictures that does it. No, it's Disney that's doing it. Definitely. Now, yes, with the Indiana T playing guys, he's going to be dressed differently compared to. So it doesn't really fully match to the identical lookalike to Harrison Ford. Now, what is strange, guys, is if you notice, Harrison Ford has the same scar as I do. And this, by the way, this is a real scar. His scar is up in here, right along here. It was due to a bull whip. They cut himself on a bull whip in one of his movies. He sliced his jaw cheek here open. Mine is a little bit lower. What happened with me is still the same scar. But what happened with me, I was at a career day, grade 7 or grade 8, in 1997, 1998. And I fell, I guess somebody spilled some water on the floor, and I didn't know they spilled water on the floor, and I had walked across the electrical cord, and I got electrical shock, and I passed out on the floor and split my chin right open on a gymnasium floor. And I had literally electrically shock and cut my lower chin here, and I had to have stitches put in. And when the stitches came out, it left a permanent scar for life. That's how I got that. That's how I got that this scar. Get closer so you guys can see it. See? Right in there. Right there. See where Indiana Jones is, where Harrison Ford's scar is, right along here. All right, that's the difference. That is the difference. So just to let you guys know, Harrison Ford, yes, is Indiana Jones. I am Indiana T Plane. There's a difference because the scar is different, same scar but different place. Different style of cut accident. He ripped himself. He cut himself with his with the bullwhip up on the upper part of his here. With me, I fell on an electrical cord on a wet floor, and I got electrical shock, electrocuted myself, and split my chin right open. So it's down on my lower chin. So yes, we have the same scar. We had the same style of scar, but two different places. His is up further. Mine's right under the chin, right between the cheekos. I that day too, I knocked out a few teeth too, I think. No, I didn't. I still got my teeth. Lucky. I thought, well, yeah, I did. I did my top. I had two baby teeth in there at the time that fell out. That's what it was. They had to come out anyways because then my permanent teeth were coming in too as well. They were losing it. The banging on the floor knocked it right out for sure. And then my adult teeth started coming in. Definitely. I still had my baby teeth when I was a teenager. I don't know why. I did. Totally. But yeah, I was just showing it, just kind of showing you the difference on that one. So again, like definitely through the looking glass. We're gonna do Indiana. We're gonna do Indiana T playing through the looking glass since we already gone through Felicia. I was gonna start any of this to August, but I've been getting the green screen, blue green screen backgrounds quite good. So as long as I'm getting those green screens, I figure, hey, might as well do them up. Give you guys something enjoyable to watch. Now, again, same with the one with Felicia. We did kind of a bit of a music style to it, TikTok music style to it. I think that goes better. That tells a story better for a lot of people than always script talking. Definitely. So it's more of a musical mime act than anything. Totally. It probably comes across a little bit more funny or more comical than anything. But yeah, that's basically what we're gonna set that up. Just so you guys know, my hair, yes, we'll go back in long. Now, again, when it goes back in for the winter, I will be leaving it totally. So I'm gonna put it back up in a ponytail when it goes in. You do see some video clips of me with long hair. No, that was my real hair. With the pink hair, that's a wig. But my other video clips that I did for Sleepy Hollow TikTok for Haunted Hunter's Cabin, that was my real hair, not a wig, and I had it up in a ponytail. Sometimes when you get a bad heat wave, you just have to shave your hair off because there's just too much of that bad heat wave. Around this time of year, the summertime, and us humans, your organs have to breathe somehow. So you can't suffocate them, definitely. So in the summertime, I shave my hair down. In the wintertime, I leave it long. I am really trying my best when I grow my hair in to permanently leave it long. But with the summers, because of how hot they get, I just give in and I shave it off because the heat gets so bad. Unless there's a way that I can that way I can be able to keep my long hair without shaving it or cutting it off. And keep it cool enough so I don't have to shave it off or cut it. So I can have it both long summer and winter. But my in-laws don't like long hair. They're very, very picky on me on that. They tell me I look like a bum. Totally. Well, I look like fucking Yoda with a shaved head. I look like baby fucking Yoda or fucking Caillou. Totally. Both ways, I'm not happy with. I don't like my hair usually shaved off. I usually like my long hair with the ponytail because it looks more professional. It looks nicer. But my in-laws, they don't like it. They complain about everything. What else is not new? But yeah. But yeah, so that's just why, and plus the summer gets so hot too, and definitely, and your hair roots can't breathe when it's all heavy, long, heavy hair like that. And unless there's a way I can have my hair roots breathe and still have the long hair. So, you know, um, I might leave it long permanently because I find it look nicer with it long. Definitely. Um, I look like I said, I look like too much like a fucking Star Wars character when I'm with shaved fucking balls. Either I look like fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi, or I look like fucking Yoda, or fucking Baby Yoda, or fucking Caillou. Um, or fucking Stewie Griffin from fucking Family Guy. Never fails. Um, Definitely. I would rather keep my long hair permanently and look like a celebrity, or a celebrity character from the Never-Ending Story, than looking like fucking something from Family Guy or fucking Star Wars. I tell you. But I never win. I never win. Ever. Because everybody says, "Oh, long hair don't suit you. You look like a bum." Totally. Um, but yeah, um, Halloween stuff is gonna go up. I don't know how Halloween's gonna work this year. Definitely, with so far everything getting canceled. Totally. Um, it's understandable. Again, like I said, there was logical reasons for Canada Day being canceled. It's respectable. It's understandable. Um, but Halloween, I don't know. I haven't heard too much. I haven't heard anything along the line that's going to cut out Halloween. That's gonna shut down Halloween yet. I'm not putting my foot in my mouth. Definitely. Um, I'm keeping my ears open in any howdy. Um, in that department, totally. We'll see how when September rolls around or October rolls around. If that's the case, if the month of October or Halloween is going to be like Canada Day, I might as well get those shows out of the way. Leastly, guys, I got Canada Day live from at home. Shows out of the way before the cancellation actually hit. So I just barely got those out of the way. Indefinitely. Um, so definitely when the actual Canada Day hit, I had a feeling that there was going to be no Canada Day. That there was going to be a reason why there would be part of cancel culture itself. So Christmas, I don't care. I don't have much lined up for Christmas shows. It would have been just Halloween shows all the way through. I am going to go ahead and start the Halloween shows and the Halloween night comedy. The reason why I'm doing it a Halloween night stand-up comedy is going to be different. In case there is a cancel culture on Halloween this year, I have not heard anything. I think Halloween's going to be just as normal as it is every year, if I'm not mistaken. I know last year, last October with 2020 with the pandemic, Halloween was almost canceled. Yes, in some areas it was. People didn't hand out candy or whatever. Everybody did. Halloween was shut down. I knew the big parties were shut down, but the trick or treating was almost canceled out too as well. Came close to cancel culture. Totally, the trick or treating was totally almost canceled out for the kids. This is why I said I'm going to go ahead again, starting with Indiana T-Plane to the Looking Glass. It is going to again. We're going to start into some Halloween stuff. Definitely. I'm going to try to keep going all through Christmas or whatever. Since now we know that Christmas is really not a Christian holiday. It is a European pagan holiday, a European native pagan holiday. That was created by the North pagans and really has nothing to do with Christianity. It has nothing to do with Jesus Christ to begin with. Again, see where the church has lied to you all my life when I was a kid. See, I with the internet digital generation, I learned all the truth start coming out of the closet now. Definitely. That the fact, even according to history, that supposedly, if you want to put it this way, that again, and I'm not coming from a religious person, I'm just a spiritual person, but just by listening to some of the other videos, and actually reading up on the research itself, that I understood and studied over the years, is that Jesus Christ was not born December 25th. He was born in July. Definitely. So where the fuck do you get Christmas out of July? You don't. Unless they're celebrating Christmas. Unless that, again, well, they said it was, but yet the date was July something. According to history, I forget which the actual date was. I misread the date. Again, the library's been closed during these pandemics. Anyways, but before the pandemic, I remember reading it up. But there was a specific date in July that Christ was born, and it said the year and the AD generation or times or whatever, way before, would have been way before any of us was even born. Is when his birth really happened. And according to Jewish, I guess it was reading on to say, according to Egyptian and Jewish customs, that Christmas in Israel is in July. So when it said that he was born, his birth was a Christmas birth in July, there would not have been summer. Even though it is summer all year round, it's a hot climate, whatever, deserts, that kind of stuff like that. They wouldn't know what snow is, whatever, that kind of that part of the world don't experience it. But he was born in July, so it was during their winter season to them. So that was I guess in Israel, Christmas is in July in the Jewish culture. I did not know that. And yet my dad had an uncle that was from there. I didn't even know that. Totally, I did not even know that. So all these years, these Christians that are going on saying that Christ was born Christmas Eve, they celebrate his birth on Christmas Eve on December 24th, is a fucking lie. Totally. Because if they actually talked with an archaeologist or theologian that's been over to these places, that kind of stuff like that, or they go in when the library's open and they go actually research it. Now they got Google or whatever, research it all. It has a July date when Christ was really born, and it was in his era or AD era, in those times, and it gives the time, date, everything, and the time of his birth, and it said it happened on Christmas Eve. So they're trying to translate it. Basically, they're trying to translate it to our Christmas Eve, which is December 24th. But that's what Christianity did, was manipulated it into our time zone of being our Christmas Eve, which is December 25th. That's why all these churches used to hold, what you call, Christmas Eve gatherings to celebrate Christ's birth and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, that's the true part. He was born on Christmas Eve, but not December 25th. He was born in July, and over in Israel, when it says Christmas Eve, their Christmas is in July, which is where we enter our summer months here. In the hot weather, would be our summer. Here would be July, would be our summer. We're not thinking about Christmas, but over in Israel, Christmas is actually in the month of July, not December. This is where people are, congregations are starting to get smart, and they're actually starting to read up on it. As much as I don't put the Jehovah monkeys up on a high pedestal, they're right on that. I can grant that they, in a way, yes, they're right, because they've always gone by the exact right date. They're annoying, yes, and they're idiots, but they always get the right dates for stuff. They know the research. They know their science. Um, this is how they're right about stuff, and you wouldn't think they would be, but that's how they know, um, and they do practice what they preach. Um, that's the funny thing about it. They actually know their real history, time, and dates. Um, when the guy was born on Christmas Eve, when it was true, it did say Christmas Eve, but it said July, in the month of July. So everybody here would be saying, you're like, here in Canada, to us Canadians, Americans say, oh, it's not, July is not Christmas. In Israel, in July, Christmas falls in July in Israel every year. If you follow the Jewish calendar. Way different than us. I know my dad was a Seventh-day Adventist. He knew all that. Definitely. Because he used to live on Jewish time for years, because he used to be the head minister of the Brockville, Ontario Seventh-day Adventist Church, and they're more closer to the Jewish synagogues than anything, and part of the Saturday Sabbath, the true Saturday Sabbath, and the Jewish, all the Jewish stuff to do with their doctrine or regulations or constitution, everything. Now he's born and raised Canadian like I was, but yeah. That's what kind of shocked me. I'm glad I did not grow up in a Seventh-day Adventist church or baptized in a Seventh-day Adventist church. I'd probably be hanging myself from the chandeliers if I did. Totally. But yeah. So like I said, Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witness are that close, guys. Same denomination. Definitely. To be a Jehovah's Witness, you have to be a baptized Seventh-day Adventist, and sworn the night oath of the Holy Daily Sabbath. You have to be a Seventh-day Adventist before you can be a Jehovah's Witness. That is the true part about that. I did not know that. About that. My dad was telling me that when I was times I did get a chance to see him. Before my mom stopped my visiting rights. I never understood how that worked. Meant you'd have to follow the Seventh-day Adventist rules, teachings, rules, regulations, doctrine that would actually take you from the Seventh Day Adventist into Kingdom Hall. Means you had to earn your way into Kingdom Hall. Means you had to be a Seventh-day Adventist before you can go to Kingdom Hall. Means before you could become a Jehovah's Witness, you had to be a Seventh-day Adventist. It is really strict, totally. And you had to, and another thing, you'd had to be soy, you'd had to be vegan. Definitely. You were not allowed to eat meat. If you were to eat meat, it had to be, their custom was very, very strict. I'm glad I didn't follow it and get baptized in it. You would not be allowed. What they meant by not eating anything that chews the cud or splits the hoof means any beef, pork products, not even chicken. It had to be unleavened, which lamb was considered not a meat. To us, yes, it's meat. To us, everyday Canadian people, or whatever. Excuse me. But lamb, according to the Seventh-day Adventists and to the Jewish culture, lamb is considered what you call kosher, which is not pig or cow, or wild game. lamb is like a sheep. So anything like lamb, sheep, fish is considered kosher. Believe it or not. In the Seventh Day Adventist doctrine or whatever, that is the only far as close to meat they would allow you to eat. Other than that, you were not allowed to eat any heavier meats like pork, beef, bologna, hot dogs, anything that chews the cud or split the hoof, or, or buffalo, or anything that's or coyote or anything rabbit, whatever, anything of the heavy wildlife, skunk, whatever, bear, whatever, anything like that. Those kind of animals. It had to be like a light animal like lamb or sheep. You were allowed to eat. It was acceptable because to the Seventh Day Adventists and to the Jewish people, they don't see lamb or sheep as being meat. Neither do they see fish as being meat. Their kind of doctrine is quite different. Totally. But yeah, and like I was a kid that was born mixed cultures, like from my mom's side to my dad's side, and I got a bit of Native American, but that kind of stuff like that. But like I said, that is totally different. And even it's funny because even to the Seventh Day Adventists, sheep, lamb is not considered meat. Neither is fish. Anything that comes to them, what they classify would be meat that they tell you not to eat. They, according to the doctrine, you would not be allowed to eat. Would be chicken. That means no KFC. No Popeye's chicken. Nothing that came out of a chicken's ass, like eggs. You weren't allowed to eat bacon. No pork chops. And no turkey. Stuff that I like. I'm the rebellious one of the family, because I take after my mom's side. That means I don't give a shit what I eat. But if I had been under my dad's custody and I was brought up in the Seventh Day Adventist school, oh yes, I would. My eating habits would be very, very restrict. Totally. I would end up being raised as a vegetable farmer or a peanut butter farmer, if you want to put it that way. I wouldn't even be allowed to eat pizza, salami, that kind of good stuff. Pepperoni, any of that kind of pork products to it. It would actually have to be like anything from a sheep or a lamb. Seventh-day Adventists, yes, they do eat haggis like the Scotch do. Because Scotch is, guys, haggis comes from the sheep is the stomach of the sheep. Because it is still sheep, it is valid. It is kosher. Same as, but they don't see that. They wouldn't see that as meat. Same with sheep or lamb. Totally. They're a different category. It's funny how they notarize that in their doctrines. They're strictly old. They're strictly, Seventh-day Adventists is really strictly Old Testament, not New Testament. They don't follow the New Testament. They only follow the Old Testament. They're an old-time religion type church. They're a little bit like the First Southern Baptist. Seventh-day Adventist is crossed between First Southern Baptist, the early Mennonite, First Southern Baptist, kind of Amish, and Jewish daily Sabbath, which is a Saturday morning, from sunset Friday night to sunrise Saturday morning, is a Sabbath day. They're really old school, definitely. No rock and roll shit going on in their building. Definitely not allowed. No dancing, no dancing down the aisles. No jumbo jennies jumping over the seats. Uh, no laying on hands in the Holy Spirit. No falling on the floor. Um, none of that Ku Klux Klan bullshit going on in their church. I'll tell you. One problem is everybody's fucking white, but that's a different story. Sorry, guys. I had to put that as a sense of humor. It's true, though. It'd be nice if they opened their door. Now, there was a couple Jamaican fellows that went there. They didn't feel comfortable. I know when I was a little kid in Brockville, anyways, they were welcome like everybody else. I was shocked to see that, because normally, according to the Seventh-day Adventist doctrine, if you're not white, you ain't getting in. They were really strict on that for years. Definitely, they were too KKK all the way, or probably worse. But if you were going through to be a Jehovah's Witness, you'd have to be Seventh-day Adventist. You couldn't go knock on the door. Yoo-hoo! Summer blowout. It was one of those things like you had to be strictly raised and taught the proper biblical pronouns. And another thing about the funny thing about was, and I'm not trying to put them on a high pedestal, with the Seventh-day Adventist group in Sabbath school, you do not ever address, like you see in the Sunday schools, or the Sundays, or what you call the adopted Sunday Sabbath, which is not the real Sabbath, because the real Sabbath is from Friday sunset to early morning Saturday sunrise. That follow the proper Jewish Sabbath. You will not ever refer, like if you know how the Sunday Sabbath, they use the word, they would use the English term, the word Jesus a lot, in a Sabbath school or Sabbath teaching. The word Jesus doesn't exist. It doesn't. It goes back to the actual Greek and Latin, to its proper pronouns and name would be Messiah or Jehovah, or Iova, which is with a Greek spelling with an I, not a J. And his actual Hebrew name, which if you look it up, something, if I remember correctly, Aisha Yosha, something like that. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but close enough. A little bit. I might have pronounced that part, but it is a Jewish. It was a Jewish word, a Hebrew word. I'm not good at Jewish language. I just know a little bit of it, but I always get the pronunciation wrong, because there was Ayosha, something like that. That relates back to the proper pronunciation of Jehovah. The J never ever existed. It was the English that had to fuck everything up. Sorry, guys. Totally. That put the J there. But traditionally, the J never existed. The J would actually, on a test, or in their private school, would fail you instantly if you did not spell it properly with the I, which is the Greek, Latin, Italian. Or not Italian, or sorry, the Greek, or the Jewish Greek, or the Hebrew pronunciation of both names, definitely. So So the J is in English culture is replaced the I, um, which has dropped down to a very low English, or the British in their churches decide to retranslate everything down to Jesus. Again, which is not the right pronunciation. Definitely. Because they refuse to redress it where it's proper Jewish pronouns, or it's proper Hebrew pronouns, or Latin pronouns. Definitely. Um, so instead of it, so if you had put it, so if you were going through their private school system or whatever, and it came up on a test or whatever, and you put an I, you pass. If you put a J, you flunked. You failed. It's an automatic failure because they'll say your Bible theology is wrong. Or if you jot down or you take a shortcut like some students today would put Jesus, you flunked. You flunked your course. No matter what you're taking, totally. Because in the Seventh-day Adventist, you never ever write like that. Totally. You use the proper Latin pronunciations. In the real authentic true Hebrew Jewish language itself, and vowels. Not anything that is too modern British English. Definitely. Because before the King James Bible, everything really was translated to Egyptian stone, then from Egyptian stone to the Jewish Torah, then from the Jewish Torah to that's where the Freemasons came into play. Was from underneath the Jewish Torah, and they started writing it on paper to books with a feather quill. And King James himself wrote the King James Bible, and yes, it was a man that wrote it. The same guy that, like I told you about, that did the book of wrote a book of demonology, and the guy that passed all the evil king of Scotland, that passed all the genocide laws against witches, accused anybody that was skin of a different color and burned them accused them of being a witch. During the witch trials, definitely, that was the same man that wrote the King James Bible. Talking about a hypocrite. So he used all three. He used the first proper pronouns in the first half of his Bible, and then when he got halfway through it, he got lazy, and he started putting the New Modern English, thee, thy, those, thous, and then he put Jesus down there, and Christ. That's how that ended up in there, and that's where it all got corrupted. Then it went from there, and then all these other translations over time come out, and yes, was written by the everything from the King James Bible, because King James himself was a Freemason. Same with going back to King Billy, Prince of Orange. He was a Freemason. He was also a Catholic too, that rebelled against the Pope. We're not going to get into that, but yes, these guys wrote over time. They wrote translations after translations of the Holy Bible. That was taken from original Egyptian stone tablet that went from Egypt to Jerusalem to the Jewish Torah, and then after the times of the Jewish Torah, then when the era or decade of the Freemasons, when they were founded, started writing books called the Holy Bibles. Starting King James started his thing, and then after that, down through the Freemason line or the Orange Masonic Freemason line, other Bibles translations started to come out. That's why we have so much today, and so many Bibles out there today. It's not funny. So every denomination has their own freaking Bible. So they're not all fighting over the one. But nobody's saying if they're right or wrong. Definitely. No matter which way they wish to present it. Today, they're all presented differently. And then the Latter-day Saints, the Mormon has the Book of Mormon. They have their own thing, and then the Jehovah Witnesses, they have their own thing. But they have the original that goes right back to the Seventh-day Adventist and Jehovah Witnesses has the same. They've always stayed on the same one they started, that originally started right back to the Egyptian stone and Jewish Torah. They're the ones that stayed to the always stayed in line with the traditional original King James version, and going way back to the Freemasons the Freemasons, why they all use King James, and Illuminati uses King James. So they all work from King James and going back to the Egyptian stones. And the Jewish Torah, same with the Seventh-day Adventists. That's why Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witnesses are so close together. That's why Kingdom Hall and Seventh-day Adventists is so close together. They basically believe in the same thing. Can't see any difference in those two, definitely, because my dad had explained that to me when I was a kid, and I was shocked. Definitely. But the other modern denominations, oh yeah, they're all separate. They're all got different versions today, and they all teach something totally different. They basically presenting their they're interpreting, and their what they're presenting is totally different than the original. So there's only two main denominations that stay to the original. That's Seventh-day Adventist and Jehovah's Witness. That stays to the three original, which is the Egyptian stone tablet, back to the Egyptian times, stone tablets, to the Jewish Torah, and then to the King James Bible. And the Jehovah's Witness Bible is taken from those three originals, right back to the original stone and tablet of Egypt. So definitely it is. So that's why Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witness and the First Southern Baptists will only stay. They won't allow no other Bible in their doors except for the King James Bible. If you walk in with another version, you're out the door. They will not have nothing to do with you. They will show you the door very quickly because you're offensive to them and you're violating their original descent to Egypt and Jerusalem, and to the Jewish synagogues. So this is what they call, and they're more closer to the Freemasons and Illuminati because they sit on the Holy Grail. They're more into that. So this was, I'm not trying to get on here to preach or trying to push anybody into religion or all. I don't think that, guys. I was just only teaching and explaining. I'm not saying you have to go out and get saved. I'm not saying you have to go get baptized and make a religious circus clown out of yourself. I'm not saying that. That's your own choice if you want to do that. God will love you if you go do that. Then you get to go to heaven. But but yeah, I'm just kind of teaching and explaining on that theory that they stick on, definitely. So those kind of groups get along very well. So those are your older tradition. Those are your main older tradition. The way the old school church really started. Back those days, and there was no such thing as being Catholic. They were one big group. In the old days, they were one big group. Definitely, Catholics had nothing to do with them. If you were Mennonite, Amish Mennonite, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, Jewish, you were in one building, one belief system, one building. Totally. That's why those groups there are equally the same. It was when the other denominations came along, the newer Baptists, they retranslated everything. They wrote different versions, or again, they started copying the King James, and they started making different versions and that kind of thing of the Bibles. American Standards and the Catholics came along with their shit show. And their voodoo, kissing statues, cult shows, that kind of stuff like that. And then all this laying on hands, falling in the Holy Spirit bullshit came along. I tell you, it corrupted it. That's where it corrupted everything. Totally. Originally on how church originally started. The history of the church anyways. But they've never, ever discriminated, ever, before these other denominations ever came along. The earliest denominations didn't care who you are, what you are, how you dressed. They accepted you with all open, welcoming arms. They would feed people. They would, they would put a roof over their head, get them jobs, whatever. Those are the old good pioneer time, what you call it, old pioneer churches, the way they used to be. So that's why I said those outfits are the oldest ones. Definitely, they've been around the longest. Definitely, those people were more Christian to people than the new modern people that came along, like the Catholics and the Pentecostals. That kind of stuff like that, and the newer style of Baptists. But the old Southern First Baptist, the Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventists, Amish and Mennonite, were the only first one, basically, as far as the church generation goes for churches. They were the first ones to ever put up a church, definitely. And they were one group. They were one group together in the old days, and they all went to the same church in the same building and believed in the same Bible. And that was a King James Bible. If you didn't walk in without your Bible, you get slapped on the wrist. Or you had to sit in the corner and look like a stunt man in front of everybody else. The kids would actually make up devil tales and laugh at the people sitting in the corner for rebelling, for not showing up to church with the Bible. And they humiliate you. And then you had to go up the blackboard and you had to write, "I will never forget my Bible." What happened to those old days? Definitely. Those old days. Again, like I said, that's just a little bit of history, guys. Definitely. And yeah, there's no Catholics back those days. There was no such thing. Everybody went to the same church. They all came out, the first Southern Baptist came out of the Seventh-day Adventists. Jehovah's Witness came out of the Seventh-day Adventists. Amish Mennonite came out of the Seventh-day Adventists. Going back to the old ways of the way they were always brought, the first generation of it being brought up with horse and buggy, that kind of stuff, and living with no hydro, that kind of stuff like that. Those were the old that still follow the old traditions of it. A lot of hidden secrets people did not know about, definitely. And yeah. So to a true Seventh-day Adventist, if somebody walked into a Seventh-day Adventist church and said they were Catholic, they'd fucking laugh their head off at you. Especially the old generations of it, because they remember the times when Catholics didn't exist. Definitely. They would think you're cracking a joke, or you were a joke. It means the joke would be on you. They laugh you right out the door. They show you the door and they laugh your ass right out the door. And after they throw you out, they'll sit there and laugh at you because they think it's funny. That's why I said that is like, I mean, that's how old they are. Definitely. Way before my time. Definitely. I just wanted to put that into a bit of a give you guys a little bit of teaching on the difference, definitely, and its history. You guys want to know really about where the Jehovah's Witnesses originally came from. They came from the Seventh-day Adventists. Same with the First Southern Baptist. Same with the Amish Mennonite. They all branched out from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Definitely. Because the Seventh-day Adventists was the ones that taught the Mennonite and Amish their ways of living without hydro and everything else like that, and the First Southern Baptist. They've been doing it for years, and they've always lived their way that way. Definitely. Nowadays, yes, the Seventh-day Adventists, the younger generation of some of the grandkids or kids of it got into the newer technology and that kind of stuff like that. But the older ones of it, yes, they didn't change. They still have their farms. They still live the old pioneer ways. Definitely. And they're comfortable with that. That kind of stuff like that. So like that's basically gives you a bit of a history, how that first section started or birthed of it. Definitely, and all these other denominations came in after, and Muslim came from the Middle East, so definitely. Some people say that Seventh-day Adventists actually, because they're Jewish doctrine, and the Jehovah's Witness were the ones that brought the Muslim here. Muslim community, the Muslim denomination to Canada. Again, they have years and dates that they teach on when that happened, or famine that happened. Definitely, were the ones that actually brought them over. Because they had a big what you call outreach for years. They had a special ministry that would smuggle them underground. I know the Seventh-day Adventists did, and the Jehovah's Witnesses did for years. Used to smuggle them underground, from their country to ours, all the way through right under the United States. Used to tunnel them right under the United States, right on into Canada here. They would tunnel them out of their country into ours. They don't do that today. I hope not. But they did at one time. They have a history of it. They did do it at one time before. The early years of it, definitely. But yeah, this what I said. Like I said, it's kind of weird because, like I said, it was funny because while my father always treated me and my mom, I was shocked for somebody who's a very high recognized, head of a Jewish ministry like Seventh-day Adventist, rabbi, that kind of stuff like that, or ministries, Reverend. He was retired from that, and some of the things he did to me and my mom and that kind of stuff. No wonder he got away with a lot of dirty shit. Or he got around from paying his child support for me when I was a kid. Definitely. Typical. The Jews are the only ones that get away with that. If they get away with that, they're Jewish. No, just kidding. They definitely are Jewish, all the way. Even though his mother was native, but yeah, that's the Jew side coming out of him. Especially being, being so close they are to the holy temple of the Freemasons, the Illuminati, and the All Seeing Eye of God, and the Orange Order. You know that, yeah, it did. Both did. The Orange Order, the Orange Lodge, Masonics, and the Freemasons all came from the same place, the UK. Originally, where it started from. And then the Knights Templar of the Freemasons, and then you have the Orange Freemasons too. So and over time, King Billy, Prince of Orange, was a Freemason himself. So back in his day and era, that started the Orange Order. So this is why I said it is. If you really read up the history of it, I'm not going to go into its bad history, and it does have its bad history. I shared that on Facebook. A little bit of it, but then it has there. It's today. It's not as as wouldn't be as bad. But yes, they have their bad history that haunts them and that kind of stuff. That's probably why they're not in existence much today. There's only very few of us around. But yeah, I became Orange. I grew up the Kids Orange Order. Definitely. When I was an adult, I went to the adult one too as well. But I took a leave of absence because of my depression and stress level went too high. And then again, the lodge closed out. But yeah, it doesn't mean that we're all rich people. And definitely, if you could afford to pay through it, oh yeah, they'll accept you, no problem. If you qualify, but with the actual, and that's what I said. I've been wearing orange my whole entire life, so I'm kind of used to wearing the orange colors. So wearing orange don't bother me if it's for a charity or for anything else like that. Or now I'm married and my wife's First Nation background to support our native communities or whatever. So I'm used to wearing orange. I'm familiar with the orange ornament of orange in anything, definitely. That kind of stuff, and knowing the actual history from both sides of the, I guess both, if you want to put it, both sides of the mirror, definitely. If you want to put it that way, in our timelines, totally. In that, but that's the politest way I can put things. This is not going to offend anybody. Just kind of sharing a little bit of that history with you guys, definitely. Where a lot of places originally came from before the other flingman things came along, of denominations. Nobody knows where the hell they came from. We all know that the Catholics originated from Rome, Italy. They're Italian, like descended from the Vatican, totally. Romania, Transylvania. Oh, fucking vampires! Don't tell anybody I told you that. Because if you notice, a lot of Catholics, they don't eat pasta. Definitely, they don't eat spaghetti. It's in their doctrine. They're not supposed to anything that contains garlic. You know why? Because they're vampires. They're from Romania. They're bloodsuckers. The fang bangers. They suck blood. They live in fancy castles in Transylvania. This is a city in Romania. Definitely. But yeah, that's what I said. But yeah, like, so there's a little bit of your history there, guys. Definitely, you guys want to learn a little bit about why some of the places are different. And that, but like I said, it's your own choice. Whatever you choose to believe in, don't let anybody tell you what to believe in. You believe in what you want to believe in, more or less. Whatever you feel is right for you is right for you. What's right for everybody else is right for everybody else. No way to make a trend. Don't make a trend or an issue out of it. Definitely. In generally. Now the new modern. Now this is what ticks me off, because when the New Testament's just so full of lies. The Seventh-day Adventists, the Jewish community, the Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, and the Amish and Mennonite do not believe in the Book of Revelations. They don't even believe it even. Whatever. They don't even believe that it is capable. They don't even believe that the voodoo end of it, that they would call it. They would say that that's getting to the cult part of the Bible. That the New Testament's more cultish than anything. They only strictly believe in the Old Testament. They don't believe in the rapture. They don't believe in the second coming of Christ, the Antichrist. They don't believe there's not even such a thing. They will argue you down on that one. They will tell you that is a myth, that is a fairy tale, that is a lie. And definitely, they do believe in the paranormal and supernatural, which did happen in the Old Testament. They do believe that they believe that they do believe there's evil spirits. They believe that the paranormal and supernatural does exist. But and they believe that there could be life on other planets, or that kind of stuff like that. But they're not going to get into anything that the New Testament has to say about the return of Christ. That kind of stuff like that. They're not going to get on that, because to them that is a cult. They believe that the New Testament is a cult. Would drag you right into what you call cult worship, when it's, they have their different theories on it. That's all I can teach on. That's all I can educate you on. Definitely. And that, so there's different myths and theories out there. I'm not going to get too heavy on this topic, because a lot of people makes them uncomfortable. But yeah, and I just want to keep under respect too as well. But so there's a little bit of education there for you guys. Definitely, there's some history, some education, a little bit that I know of, anyways, that I grew up and I'm familiar with. Myself. Any heavier detail, you can look it up on Google now, since you've got internet or whatever. If there is anything, or anything, a lot of that is probably secret society protected, or Freemason confidential. But what you guys do not know, okay, about the King James Bible, this is where King James was a hypocrite, where he contradicted himself. He was supposed to be a prophet of Christ, but yet, where did the King James Bible get printed off of? It was written off of, at first, it was written from the tablet of stone, an Egyptian tablet of stone, and the Jewish Torah. Then the King James Bible was written. Now, what you didn't know, those three items, going back to the Egyptian tablet of stone, was the very first Holy Bible, and that first Holy Bible that was written by stone was written by a witch, in Egypt, in Norwegian Egypt. It was part of Belgium, which is part of Norwegian Egypt. So that the very first Holy Bible was written on tablet stones, carved into stones, not by Christ, not by Jesus. Again, it was written by a witch doctor. Um, that that also that was also yes, was a witch doctor, was a witch, was also was a Norwegian Ouija, which back those days in the early Christians would be declared as being Ouija, was a word for Christian. Um, Back those days before it had a bad reputation, and that tablet of stone, the very first Holy Bible, it before the King James Bible was written, the Ouija board was printed off off the same tablet of stone that the very first Holy Bible was written on. Was carved in, and it was carved in by a witch doctor that was a Christian. He was a witch, which was declared because it was done in tablet of stones. The first tablet of stone was declared was a holy stone, a Ouija, which and then off that was translated to another stone that was anti-Ouijan, which was declared the Ouija board, the first generation of the Ouija board. And then the King James Bible was written from those two tablet stones. King James had wrote off the Ouija, off the Norwegian stones, that the first Holy Bible was written off of, and that the Torah, Holy Torah, Jewish Torah came off of those Norwegian stones, those witch stones. The Torah came along, and then the King James Bible was written off those two stones in that Torah. And King James, that's why King James talked about a lot, and that's why the King James Bible is known to be, is the Holy King James Bible, is traditionally also known as the very first witch, was known as the very first Bible for witches. So King James Bible is also Ouijan written by King James. So that's how back in history where everything was printed off, and then over time the Torah cards, the regular deck of cards, was printed from the Ouija board. Same with the King James Bible, was printed off the Norwegian stones, which was declared Ouija, in Norwegian, which was Norwegian for Christian. Then it went to an anti-Christian stone, which was a satanic Ouija, and then the King James Bible was printed off the Torah, because the Torah was printed off the Norwegian stones. It has a lot of dark history to it. And then after that, the newer denominations came along, and the Freemasons we read everything when they knew that. And we came out with brand new translations. That's why it's so sacred. A lot of dark history, people did not know about that. And then the Satanic Bible came along in the 1990s, or 87 or something like that, if I remember correctly, by a guy by the name of David. He died or something, or whatever. All the Freemason markings, all the Satanic markings that you see came from the King James Bible. That means the King James Bible was actually retranslated from Norwegian stones. One was a holy Norwegian stone, and one was an anti-holy, which was anti-Ouijan, which is anti-Christian stone, Egyptian stone, and then there was the holy Egyptian stone where the original Holy Bible was written on, and then there's the Torah, and then there was the King James Bible that was written. So definitely, because the Torah came off the Norwegian stones, definitely over history, it has it. That's why it carries a very dark history to it, and that's where the Freemasons get their passwords, their portals, all their secrecy information from is the King James Bible. because the King James Bible is known to be the richest Bible. A lot of people do not know that originally. And then after that, the Wiccans came along with their Bibles and everything else like that. Book of Shadows, everything else like that. That's why they don't collide much with Christianity as much. That's why they went their own way, stayed to themselves. And then the Christians went from the old cult, which they originally started from, and they followed the guided light that they declared was salvation. And they made up, then this guy stepped on the earth. He got hung on the cross. The real crimes he did by vandalizing the town's people in the town market. And then the Christians covered it up, said, "Oh, he was a good man, saint. He died of people's sins and everything else. He resurrected." When there was a sacrilege that took place, where his disciples took the blood from him and put it in the Holy Grail, and then the fact that where his body was supposed to go missing in the stone, in the tomb, where the stone was rolled away, the Roman guards had took him down off the cross, put him in there, and then they went back in the middle of the night, took the body out and cremated the body and put it into a golden ark, built the ark, wasn't a golden ark. That declared a Nazi amongst the Roman soldiers. That's how the Nazi era started. Definitely, because the Roman soldiers were all the ones that had the money. So they made the disciples think that this guy his whole entire body resurrected, when only his spirit. They believed they close encountered the apparition of just the spirit, not the in general body. The body was actually cremated down to dust and was put into an ark, and then that the ark can perform. If it was opened up, that it could perform either for good people, it can perform miracles, healings. If you're an evil person, it would turn on you, it would possess you. It would do evil things to you. So it was declared as being the power of Christ and power of Satan all in one, out of Christ's ashes, because he was technically, the man was a witch. A lot of people did not see that. This is why I said that there's a lot of what you call, and that is coming from the paranormal study of a lot of things. Now that they do have science proof on, those times they do have science proof on, but what the churches try to teach you today, there's no scientific proof on the way they say it. The way the churches try to lie to you and say their side of things on how it happened. They don't know what really happened in those days. They're going by with what they think he looked like or what happened. I know I was too young to understand this, but my grandfather sat me down and explained all this to me when I was a kid. But he said, let the Bible thumpers believe what they want to believe. If they want to believe a lie, that's what they are. They're believing a lie. In generally, because the Freemasons have documentations and science evidence that was collected from those times over the years, and because they're the same ones that have been sitting on this ark and his real blood chalice in the Holy Grails that they won't let nobody near, and they believe that it was under one of these churches, either under either Protestant churches in the world that was being well guarded, which they declared was the Holy Grail. With everything else under these cathedrals that the Freemasons will not let anybody near. This is the history. Even if you guys now you look on YouTube, there's YouTube videos that talk on the documentary on it, and definitely. But when my grandfather was telling me this when I was a kid, I didn't know if I was to believe him or I thought he was a kook in the head. It was just going to his head, or the war was going to his head. Because sometimes veterans that does that, but nope. He always proved himself right. He knew what he was talking about. Here's a man, he knew what he was talking about. And I was shocked. And that's when I was a little kid. That's when I first heard the truth, but I always kept it to myself. Because I know, a lot of people wouldn't believe me if I shared this story. Definitely. So this is why I said, so with the churches, I let them believe what they want to believe. I don't tell them any differently. I did. I tried at coffee club a couple times. The first time they wouldn't believe me. I left it at that. I said, okay. But I said, you're following a lie. I felt like saying you're following a lie. Definitely. Because what you're teaching from your pulpit, you're not telling the people the truth. How it really happened. And there's evidence on how things really happened back those days. Hey, sweetie. There's just some teaching on that. But like I said, everybody's theory is meant to be different. So I don't get into the politics end of it. But yeah, there's actually science. It's science and evolution and documentation on it all today. That's easier to get now. Now you can study it through you can watch YouTube documentaries of it. Even Netflix has got documentaries of it all. Definitely, there's interesting on what you actually learn from documentaries. Sitting back, and then nowadays the truth is coming out. The truth is starting to come out. On a lot of things, totally from their past. Skeletons are starting to come out of their closets at a big time level, especially during these days. So like I said, there's a whole lot of shit besides kids. These churches have been hiding for years, for generations. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them was the ashes. And one of them is the ashes of Jesus Christ, which is the Holy Grail and his holy blood sacrament chalice, with his real blood in it. Definitely. I'm not grossing anybody out yet. Definitely. I'm gonna get another Coca-Cola. But yeah, I'm just drinking Coke, guys. But yeah, I don't go into that too much of that kind of teaching. Definitely. I couldn't let people learn things for themselves. Definitely. They'll get lied to so many times, and then the light will turn on and the sun will start shining and they'll see through them. Definitely. I think those days are starting to happen. Totally. If you guys are following some of these this teaching, this is the only time I'm going to do this teaching for you guys. Definitely. And definitely, yeah, my grandfather, in his young boy days, yes, he was part of the KKK for years. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not proud of him being part of that, but I will not. That's why I won't share that end of it. Definitely because of what they did. Definitely was very evil and was very cultish, totally, and very racist, totally. But that was him. That's not me. I did not go that far into his footsteps. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. But like I said, I didn't get a chance to pick who I'm related to or my relatives or whatever. At birth would have been nice. If I had a choice, yeah, I would have picked to be a woman, or a female. But no, I didn't even get that choice either. I get stuck with what I was issued. It's insulting. Totally insulting. But yeah, so off that history, back to Indiana playing through the mirror. I will not put anything, just let you guys know. When I do my live shows, like I did with Felicia Liliani, there was a church window in there for the one scene, just a little scene. Same with Haunted Hunter's Cabin. There was that one little religious scene, guys. Sorry about that, but that is like was also part of the Sleepy Hollow set, according to any Sleepy Hollow story legend of any kind. No matter if it's Haunted Hunter's Cabin, it does fit in there, but I don't go to film my whole content of it. Same with Indiana T playing through the looking glass. Now, like I said, there would be, if there was probably just one little tiny scene like Felicia through the looking glass. Other than that, boom, went Felicia through the looking glass. Kind of before it ended, before she returned back to the looking glass and became the Gypsy Rover again, there was that little fire filter on TikTok that we use to create a special effect um, of a church explosion. Now I don't do stuff like that, guys. Definitely in reality. Again, it was like I said, it was just it is just an educational video, um, more or less, to make it kind of spooky. Kind of stuff like that. Kind of give it kind of a bit of that Halloween theme to it, or the bit of a cult theme to it. Um, and definitely, um, and then it ended with where I return back as Gypsy Road. Now the same thing's going to happen with Indiana T playing through the Looking Glass. Again, it starts out with me role playing my character of the Gypsy Rover. And I'm in this area here, so you guys can see this is where it starts. There's a looking glass back there. Guys, just like you guys know, that is a dresser mirror that I bought at the Salvation Army. That is not a two-way mirror. Don't get your mind out of the gutters, okay? That is a real queen-size dresser mirror. That is not a two-way. That is not a two-way mirror, guys. I'm not. Again, I'm not that crazy or sick. Just gonna. All the guys probably saying, "Oh shit." Definitely. That's just a regular queen size mirror and dresser, guys. It is magical on TikTok, definitely, because I have what you call what you call with the way computers are today. Digital special video effects, definitely, that you can put in there, definitely, or filters you can kind of add in to make it kind of like a film movie style, or skit style in a movie style, definitely. I still gotta get a friend here to help me tighten this up, but yes. So this basically, again, is going to start here, where where Gypsy Rover, again, he is in his bedroom. He's got his pajamas on. This kind of stuff, maybe a newer, nicer style of pajamas, like maybe what I got on here. You guys, I'll show you. I'll stand up so you guys can see me. So newer style of pajamas. Now the other one, I had my old style of pajamas. I'll go back here for you guys can see this. So you guys can see I got my camo pajamas on. My camouflage pajamas on. I guess we're gonna start off with the Gypsy Rover is in his army barracks. If you want to put it this way, and he hears a voice that draws him to the mirror again. He's like, "Oh shit, here we go again." He walks up to the mirror because he sees something strange, not normal, or paranormally not normal. And again, he sees another whole world. Then he sees in the mirror, like he did Felicia, Indiana T-plane appears in the mirror, just like Felicia did. And he sees another world. Definitely. He sees definitely something in that mirror. And if you want to put it, he gets if you want to put it, he gets sucked into the mirror. Okay. The mirror lights up, and a portal opens up in the mirror, and he walks through the mirror, type thing. Now it's kind of hard to do that, so if you notice, I have to kind of step to the side to make it look like I'm going through the mirror. But originally, if I was to go through this mirror, watch what happens. Okay, watch what happens in reality. Okay, the difference between the magical illusion of it. Okay. And me trying to now, without doing the magical spiritual illusion of it, I'm going to try to walk through it. Watch what happens. Here I go, walking through the mirror. Oh. Did I go through? No. My reflection. Um, it's okay, babies. You're waiting for the magic show to start, ain't you, buddy? Yeah. But yes, when I do it on TikTok, guys, it is spiritual. Again, there's a total difference, guys. Um, but yes, we magically perform kind of a bit of an illusion light show on TikTok. Definitely. Um, Definitely like I said, to make it look like I'm going through the mirror. Definitely. So there's a little bit of magic hour. Definitely. Um, Definitely. Just to shock you. Definitely. Um, can't tell you how originally how it is done, but in everyday reality, if you try to walk through a real mirror, one thing, two things going to happen. You're going to bang into the desk. Two, you're going to bang into the mirror. You're not really going to go through it, or the mirror's going to fall over and knock you out cold, or or the glass is going to break and cut your skin open. Definitely, one of the two things can happen. Um, yeah, I'm waving back there. See, I'm in the mirror. Um, so, like I said, guys, that's how the cookie crumbles. Um, but on TikTok, when we do it on TikTok, guys, we really I really make it look real. Um, so it looks like I'm going through the mirror, that kind of stuff. That's probably why a lot of people get jealous. Like, how in the hell does he do that? We can't even do that, or disappear in a TikTok video. No matter if they put a background thing on there or not, they don't even know how I disappear and reappear in a TikTok video. They're still trying to figure it out. Um, but So again, there's a bit of a bloopers there for you guys. A little bit from Felicia Lily Andy in the mirror. Um, but yes, so again, the next one, guys, is going to be Indiana T playing to the mirror. Through I can't say through the mirror, through the looking glass. Um, again, starts a little bit the same way, different outfit, different pajama outfit this time. Um, who knows? Maybe I'll put on my boonie cap if it represents the army of some kind. Um, Basically, Gypsy Rover in the second one. His troops all gone out, gone to war, and he missed his wake up call, or didn't hear the trumpet go off. And he's in his barracks, and he sees this mirror that gets his attention because it pops up out of nowhere. Um, because it's magical or whatever, and then he hears or sees something in the mirror, and he goes through the mirror into another world. Um, I haven't decided how I'm going to create that other world yet. Um, and when he goes through the mirror, he reappears like he did as Felicia Liliani on the other side of the mirror. This time he reappears as Indiana T Plane. Um, So, like I said, it is very complicated to put together. Before I start the next one, I'm definitely got to get somebody in here to help me screw those on. Definitely screw those screws on so the thing doesn't fall over. I'm surprised it didn't fall over during Felicia the Lily Annie through the mirror, through the Lucky Glass. Definitely, I don't want to take any chances of it being Indiana. T playing through the Lucky Glass, definitely. Um, But yeah, we thought, I thought I'd do kind of something, give you guys some type of. Also, do I put some? I like to put some comedy to it, definitely. Um, Again, my outfitting is going to be totally different, guys, for Indiana. Um, the Indiana T plane, I have not decided which outfit I'm going to throw on yet. Definitely for that illusion on the other side with the background screen, guys. Um, and then yes, he follows the 8 squares like Felicia did. And I think the 8th square is going to be different. Um, Definitely when we get to the 8th square. Um, Now Felicia became a queen on the 8th square, and she burned down the palace. Sorry, guys. Um, Definitely. Then she made a supposedly made a run for it. Um, Back to the mirror. Then she's trapped on the other side of the glass, on the other side of on the looking glass. Then she figures out she has to go back through the mirror, so she ends up going back through the mirror on time, and then she becomes a gypsy rover again. Boom at the end. Bing, 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 hey, bada boom, bada bang. Bang, bing, bing, boom. Bazooty. And also, too, guys, please do not video chat me while I'm doing these clips, because it is a very distraction, because it dings and beeps. Totally. I think, if I'm not mistaken, when he gets the 8th square, I have a total surprise for you, because Indiana T plane becomes somebody. I'm not going to ruin that for you guys. If you guys are horror movie fans, you'll have to wait and see who Indiana T plane does mutate into or becomes on the 8th square. Totally. When we get to the 8th square. So this is why I said, guys, it is going to be done totally different than Felicia Liliani through the looking glass. This one's Indiana T plane through the looking glass. I'm going to put it all together. I have to kind of get stuff ready for those takes. It is really good in time. If you guys, you may have clue in, guys, but please, if you guys know what I'm going to become when Indiana T plane becomes on the 8th square, please do not spill the beans if you already know, if you're a Nightmare on Elm Street fan. So I'm going to probably give you a clue. Definitely don't ruin the shit show till it's made. You guys are going to get a kick out of that. Totally going to get a kick out of that. Definitely. This is... Yeah, my gray dress pants don't fit no more. Shoot. I'm going to have to try squeezing into them somehow. Or squeeze my gut into them. Getting fat. This is the first time weight ever stayed on me, because I can eat meat and never gain weight, and if I do, it doesn't stay on me this long. Totally. I don't know. My body system had to change a direction. Totally. Because normally I've got born with high metabolism, where everything calories just burn off me instantly. No, not this time. But yeah, so that's where that's going to start. Also, I got to make sure I got time for my dental appointments too as well coming up. I got 2 of them coming up in August. So it's good. I'm going to get this stuff done early. Then I can work on the Halloween months. Also, too, my birthday show is going to be Thanksgiving weekend, which is the weekend of October the 6th. That goes in this Thanksgiving because October 6th is my birthday. I'll be 41. So there's going to be Felicia Liliani. I guess there's going to be a special show for that one. It definitely, again, birthday show, like I always do every year, definitely. Without the Haunted Hunter's Cabin, definitely. Then there's going to be the stand-up comedy night, Halloween night. So I think that's going to be live more so the comedy night. Probably more here on YouTube than anything. But whatever I make on TikTok, guys, whatever 60-second clips or these shows that I do on TikTok, guys, I do share over to YouTube. So I will share it over to my Timothy Plain account. And definitely have to use my Gypsy T account to go live myself on here. But yeah. So also, too, guys, email me at indianatplane1980@gmail.com, guys. If you want to send personal emails, make sure they're polite emails, nothing rude, no threats, no social media threats, accusing me of stuff I don't do. That's all I can put it at that. I just wanted to do a quick live and tell you what the next cosplay theater is going to be like, definitely. Since everybody liked the first one, so far I'm getting a lot of likes on the first one, on Felicia Liliani Through the Looking Glass. This one is Indiana T Plane Through the Looking Glass. Guys, you guys are going to get a kick out of that. Totally. Yes, it's all different. Yes. Again, guys, I am allowed to use the word the looking glass because it's a common, everyday common vocabulary language. In any conversation, when holding any conversation, if you're talking in a conversation, so whatever, I can use Indiana T Plane Through the Looking Glass because Timothy Tim Plain is my real birth given name. And Indiana, the word Indiana is used by a lot of people as nicknames, pet names, but cannot. But it just can't. I cannot put Jones. I'm not allowed to put Jones because that will create an issue if I put Jones. So I have to put, because I'm not a Jones, I have to put T Plane to make it different. Same with when I did Felicia Liliani Through the Looking Glass. It had to be Felicia Liliani Through the Looking Glass. I was not, again, I would not be allowed to use the word Alice, okay? Because that is taking away from Disney owns the name Alice more so than anything. The Looking Glass is a regular word that everybody uses all the time. They said that is okay. I just cannot put Alice in front of it. Or the second one, I can't put Indiana Jones on it. I can use Indiana, but I have to bracket my own name after it, which is T Plane. For safety and for security and for copyright protection, definitely. So it doesn't stir the pot, type deal. So it's different. Definitely. So it's not taking from the original man. Definitely, we don't want to do that. So that's why I said that this. So this is where I kind of do everything kind of all differently. In generally, same of putting some music together. If the Indiana Jones theme song is to be used, it is going to be definitely it'll be different. There's a lot of selections on TikTok. I can select a total different style compared to the original. Go with one of the remakes, or go with one of the actual or the Amazon jungle style, or whatever of drumming, whatever I find. Or can use or I can use any of the Jumanji theme songs. Definitely, that I'm clear to do because it is TikTok. When it comes down to the musical end of it, so really, really kind of have to search for some new backgrounds, definitely to use. I don't know if I'm going to use reality backgrounds, or I'm gonna look for some other type of outside backgrounds or whatever, something different or something fantasy. I don't know. Do you guys like the Wizard of Oz backgrounds or whatever? Because I can use those because the name title is different. Let me know what backgrounds you guys can suggest that I can go looking for that I can use. Definitely. So that I'll share it up. What you guys want to see. There was one other person, he wanted to come and help me do these shows, but when this pandemic started, I just continued on my own myself, for safety purposes, that kind of stuff like that, because of all the health guidelines and going around and everything else like that. So, so again, I just keeping to just myself, changing outfits. Definitely, and keeping to the social distancing, too, from people. Some people don't like it. Well, tough shit, dick shits. It's the way the law is that happened during this pandemic is the social distancing, big time, and we have to follow that. I had nothing to do with putting those guidelines out. The government did it themselves. Definitely, but yeah, so. But see, like I said, guys, now I'm fully vaccinated. So if I go out, if there's large crowds out there, I still have to wear my mask even though I'm fully vaccinated. But if it's not busy out there, it's not crowded, there's not large sums of people, then yes, I can go without a mask. But if I get into a taxi cab, even though I am fully vaccinated and I have to travel somewhere by cab or have to pay for a cab fare somewhere, yes, I still have to wear the mask because it is regulations of the cab companies, or transit company. If I go into a store, even though I'm fully vaccinated, yes, I still have to wear that mask in the store because the store will still require it, vaccinated or not vaccinated. So until they clear the way of really stop the non-vaccinated people from going into the stores, then yes, we even being full vaccinated, we still have to wear a mask still. Definitely, and I have my paperwork to prove that I am fully vaccinated. I think it's starting to kick in now a bit because they said it takes a couple of days for it to kick in, from when you have your second dose. Now, like I said, some people will have what you call experience different side effects. Some don't at all, like I don't. I did, neither from my first one did I get sick or anything else like that. But yeah. So guys, come and enjoy some. Join me live for a gourmet coffee lounge. We'll be doing that too as well. I'm picking that back up again. I will be going live again on Instagram. I do that occasionally. I will be making up a time schedule when I go live on Bigo. Man, this through the Looking Glass crap. They all love it on Bigo. They be sitting back laughing their asses off. But yeah, I can't go back and watch my own Bigo shows. But yeah, because they have the same filter. So does Instagram. Better filters too as well to really bring it up. But yeah, so that's why I'm staying with TikTok for this one, because I promised TikTok these rounds of these Through the Looking Glass shows, because that's where all the young accounts are, and they like that kind of thing. They get a kick out of it. And I think some of the adults are starting to get it, finding it interesting because it's different. And it's not boring. It's not boring at all because, it starts off with a gypsy rover all the time, which is me, in his bedroom. Goes off into another world. Again, a little bit of singing. Trying to pick up the dance grooves a bit, but I have to be careful because again, I don't want to knock anything over. I don't want to bang. I don't have really much room back here for anything, unless I pull a couch out back this way further. So I've got the actual dancing space, and I always got to move that chair, which is that other blue office chair. Is a pain in the freaking arse. To keep moving, moving around. Definitely. I know I'm too close to the door because that's where I got the mirror set up. Definitely. Once I get one of my friends in here to help me tighten on these screws fully, then I can. Then I don't have to worry about taking a chance of it falling over. But right now, I have to really be careful that I don't shake the floor when I dance around. So I have to do light dances. I can't do any heavy dances because the screws are not holding it on properly. Like not all the screws are in it, and they're comfortably tight, but not tight enough. But it's still loose enough it can fall over. I don't want to take chances of it falling over on me, especially in the middle of these clips. Definitely. Other than that, welcome to the wonderful world of Indiana through the looking glass. Felicia Liliani through the looking glass. A lot of people are getting a kick out of that. A lot of people on TikTok were actually getting a kick out of that. They thought it was quite interesting, and because it made it kind of look kind of magical, realistic. Just like I said, guys, when I did Haunted Hunter's Cabin with the coffin dancers, where I had taken myself into with coffin dancers, definitely. That was done by a special effect, video effect, software effects that I have, that I have access to. So, to make it kind of more lively or make it more interesting, because I don't like same when I'm on YouTube. I tried with Facebook, but Facebook's just so anti-music. It's not for me. I try to make things livelier and enjoyable to watch. I don't like being a boring show. I hate my shows being so boring that people don't get anything out of them. I can't enjoy them, and like I said, it is, if we can't have music on Facebook, then you're not drawing anybody in. Because if you have music, you're drawing people in. But there's too much right now. There's too much of this cancel culture shit going on. If you want to, some people put it that way. But yes, they have the reasons why it exists. I can understand that. I do respect that. But still, it is harming us other creators. Totally. Because they're using that too much of an excuse with us innocent bystanders or innocent creators. They're using it as a weapon against us because they don't want us enjoying ourselves. They want us to be miserable like they are, more or less than anything. So they get on, they get bullying, they start threatening. They say, "Oh, cancel this, cancel that, cancel this, cancel that, cancel this, cancel this, that. We're going to cancel you for that. We're canceling you out on this. We're canceling you out on that." I like that's fine if you do it to holidays, but if you're doing it to every independent creator on TikTok or YouTube, that's a threat to us, and we're not doing anything wrong. That is cyberbullying and harassment. Because we're trying to enjoy ourselves like everybody else. It's not fair that everybody else can go and enjoy themselves on here, but we can't. They've got to ruin everything for everybody else because they don't like it or it doesn't suit their way of living. Or it doesn't suit to their satisfaction. Or they try to control other people's platforms, which is not their platforms to control. Everybody's in control of their own platform, or their own page, not everybody else's page or platforms. Definitely. It's like you wouldn't go to your next door neighbor's place and they're nice enough to invite you in for coffee or whatever, and have a visit or chit chat, and then you start controlling them in their own home, what's going to happen? They're going to show you the door. They're going to say adios, goodbye, amigo. They'll never invite you back again. Well, TikTok pages, Facebook pages, and that YouTube live, you come into my live stream, you're coming into my home, my rules, my regulations. You don't like it, don't come into the live stream. Simple as to it. Technically, you come into my live stream, you're a guest on my page. If I feel it's necessary because you get too controlling, you get too bossy, you get too mouthy, you get too bullyish, if I want to block and delete you and kick you out, I can. Nobody's going to tell me otherwise that I can't. I can do that. It is my platform. I can do whatever the hell I want. I can yodel like a fucking cowboy on my page, and nobody's going to tell me I can't do that. Not like I would do that. I'm not that crazy. But that's an example. Better teaching example, guys. Definitely. It's a thing called respect for that host or that live streamer. It's not your home. It's not your page. It's not your platform. Shut the hell up when you're on it as a guest. If you can't type nothing nice. Don't type at all. Way I put it. But yeah, so there's your little bit of history theories, guys. Definitely on some of the education background or history I've picked up on over the years. Definitely. Growing up, that kind of stuff like that, and getting on with a lot of these little skit shows, guys. They're skit shows, not shit shows. There's a difference. TikTok live theater, guys. I'm on TikTok. Okay, anybody who's registered as a member on TikTok. Okay, you can do whatever you want. You're on live. You're on a live theater platform. You're already valid. You're authorized by TikTok itself to be on there. Definitely. So you're not violating anything. But yes, there's ones that get on there. They bully and they do violate the community guidelines, the standards that all the rest of us get accused of that we're not doing. But yeah. So a little bit of, again, going back to TikTok theater, guys. Again, kind of basically, I do my TikToks from at home here, totally, guys. And I use the blue screen, green screen technology that you can use for TikTok and that kind of stuff like that. Make it quite interesting. So that kind of gives you a bit of an idea. Definitely, I still have to set up Indiana T-plane for the Looking Glass. I'm working on that too as well right now. Lining it up probably the same way. It starts off the same way as Felicia Liliani through the Looking Glass, but the character is different, guys. You'll find the character will be different. With Gypsy Rover Me becomes myself, Gypsy Rover T-plane, which is me, Timothy Plane, which is the T stands for Tim. I become Indiana T-plane that you see in the mirror. So again, I go through the mirror and I come out as a character. Bottom line again, on the other side. And then I'm going to put in square 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, and 8. Again, the square backgrounds, the backgrounds are going to again is totally going to be set up. Now, one of the picture backgrounds is going to be the same from Felicia, but different. But again, it'll be different. I have to select. I got to pick what kind of background that's going to fit an Indiana T-Plane character, that will fit an Indiana character that is not taken from the movies itself, for the background photos. So it can't be the actual Indiana Jones movie photos or posters. It has to be totally different, something fantasy or reality or something different. That's gonna maybe I'm gonna say reality, compared to what you're seeing in his movies, definitely. And I think it's gonna be like Felicia Liliani all the way through. It's gonna be a musical because it goes quicker because there's a lot of yappy talking, script talking. It goes slower. Even if it's mixed, it goes too slow and too long. I find it goes quicker if it's a mime musical or whatever. So that is going to be quite interesting. Now, definitely Indiana T-Plane does not become a queen at the end of square 8. He's going to become something different. Felicia Liliani, because it's Felicia Liliani, she became a queen on square 8. That stayed the same from the classic, but I had changed it around a bit. Definitely. Again, we didn't have the characters of Tom Full because we couldn't use him. I could have used Pringles Pete, but because it was more of a musical style, and I was so Pringles Pete got left out of it. Again, we couldn't use the Red and White Queen. Disney owns that. Unless only other people that I can see that would do something like that would do it authentically. Would do the original Alice through the Looking Glass would be Disney's Queen of the Ratchet in North and South Carolina, because they're Disney. They're dirty Disney, but for adults. But they're Disney. That's all I'm gonna say. He's Disney. He does work for Disney. I didn't know that. Definitely, Josh Gilliard. He does work for Disney, but he's got his own dirty Disney going. On top of the real Disney Corporation, filming corporation or productions. But he is an actor with Disney itself. He's been in a lot of Disney movies. I didn't recognize him at first on YouTube. But yes, he does Disney's Queen of the Ratchet, which is adult dirty Disney, by the way, guys. Where he takes the old Disney cartoons, he changes and twists them around. Definitely, but he can keep the real names to the titles. I can't. So this is why I had to change things around. Is the only difference. And I think it is my twist around is making things more comical than his. Definitely. That's the first time I ever heard of fucking dirty Disney. All the pervert. That's probably why all the perverts like Disney Queen of Ratchet so much. I'm not a pervert, but I can't say I don't like it. I'll never laughed at. But yeah, he cracked my ass up laughing. But I just think his talents are just too funny. But yes, he does make me laugh, even though he is a bit of a pervert. Especially when he does Cruella de Vil, and she's coming out calling everybody cunts and everything else like that. Prostitute whores, bitches. Same with Madame Medusa. I'm just no, I better shut my mouth. He's been watching TikTok. I haven't heard him use the C word yet. Calling people yet. Definitely, I have not heard him that come out of his mouth yet in his cartoons. But I'm not gonna. I hope he doesn't pick up on that native fellow in the States. Hope he's smart enough not to do that. Definitely especially with the Disney cartoon characters. That'd be too fucking funny. Now that definitely, yes, that would be fucking funny. The evil stepmother from fucking Cinderella, calling Cinderella fucking colonizer. Cinderella gets all pissed off. I'm not giving that man any ideas at all. Definitely, and I hope Modern Warrior doesn't give him any ideas either. Definitely, especially with Josh being fucking Disney Queen of the Ratchet. Definitely, that'd be too funny. Way too funny. Especially coming from Disney. Like, holy jeepers creepers. Sorry, guys, I have to take a bit of a breath. I spoke too long. But that's what I got to share today. I'll be, you guys, if you guys are not into watching this particular stream because, you're probably the history I was sharing, the true history I was sharing with you about some of these churches and that kind of stuff like that. If you feel you don't want to, it's not for you, you don't have to watch the stream, guys. You can always watch something else on here. But yeah, I just again, there's a lot of TV shows coming out of the woodwork, guys, on YouTube. And definitely now some of my 60-second TikToks I have to do kind of these fantasy ones on TikTok for 60 seconds. And then I have to upload them to YouTube so that way people can watch them. And definitely, so feel free to guys to watch them. Please like them. Definitely, you do have to have the views for it to stay on YouTube. Definitely. More views, the great, guys. Definitely. Yes, people stop reminding me about Facebook. Facebook awards or whatever that crap is. Yes, I know about that. I got emails about that. It does not interest me. I don't do this for money or for awards. I just do this because I do it because as a hobby. People are too busy making me look like I'm a greedy person or a bad person, and I'm not. They do it in my own town too. Like when I was with the Optimist Club, they invited me to their award ceremony because there's some people that were being recognized because they were volunteers or whatever. That kind of stuff. That they invited me to take pictures, and I was just there to take pictures for the Optimist Club. That's why I was there. Even though, yeah, I did since I joined it, I did so many years of the Canada Day celebrations or so many years of the fair or whatever. I didn't do it because to get something out of it. I do it because I do it because I'm contributing to my community, my time to my community. But there was too many people there making me look, that were putting me on the spot and making me look like I was there as a greedy person when I'm not. They were making me look totally fucking bad. Totally, because they were saying false accusations. They were making stories up about me that wasn't even true. They were making me look like I was a greedy person, like I was a bad person. And then I was there because I was taking the Optimist pictures for them. Because they had asked me to. The president of the Optimist Club asked me to I'll take pictures or whatever. And then I sent them to her, whatever. I cleared off with her with those. But yeah, people got so jealous, hateful. They had to start rumors. They had to spread lies, that kind of stuff like that. They made me look like I was a totally bad person in front of our entire township. Um, they made up stories, lies about me that wasn't even true. They spread rumors, accusations, that kind of shit like that. When they don't even know me from a hole in the freaking ground. They were making me look totally bad. They were making me look like I was a welfare case, totally. Like I was their greeting after something when I'm not. Um, they were too fucking quick to judge and assume. Um, then get to know my real me. Of course, they see my talents on YouTube because they don't like it. They have a problem with it. They literally got to create a problem. Um, Welcome to the wonderful digital world of technology. Everybody has their own YouTube channel. Everybody goes live on YouTube. Everybody goes live on Facebook a lot. Everybody goes live on TikTok. TikTok's a big thing today. It is a platform to get out and enjoy yourself, or get on something to enjoy yourself. Even though we can't go to the bars, it doesn't mean that we're running a kindergarten class or a daycare center, nothing like that. That people were very rudely insulting remarks or troll remarks or bullying remarks they were coming out with. Lies they were coming out with. It is a hobby. It is a hobby. You have a computer. If you have internet, you can access TikTok from any device. Only one right now you can't. Well, you can on your laptop computers, but you can only watch it. You can't film on it unless you have an actual tablet or a cell phone. That is to be able to enjoy TikTok. But TikTok is a big thing all across the world. It's way better. It's the number one. Can't say it's the number one thing. It is way different. Yes, it's way different than Facebook. A lot of people think it's all like Facebook. No, it is not all like Facebook. It is all these platforms, Vigo, that kind of Twitch, Twitter, Hulika, whatever, TikTok. Everybody, Snapchat. Everybody has these different platforms they go around on. They enjoy themselves on. They contribute to time. Even being at home, they contribute their time by doing live theater, cosplay, skits. TikTok allows you to do plays and that kind of stuff like that, or cosplay theaters. You could airband, lip sync to your favorite song, everything else like that. People just go on there to enjoy themselves, take all the stress off themselves, the pressure off themselves, to enjoy themselves. They don't go on these. We don't come on these things to get fucking bullied. Definitely. Or get mouthed off at or trolled at or whatever. We come on here because we enjoy doing the live streams, because this has become our lifestyle. This has been mine for years. Even before this pandemic started, even since 2014, since live social media was a big thing. Too many people going around lying and saying I'm getting paid for this. I do not get paid. To get this clear through your white skulls, I do not get paid for being on live social media. I pay an internet bill every month for these platforms. Caplente. I am in Canada. We do not have rights to a creator actors fund to be employed, to get paid. We are volunteers. We volunteer our time on here. We have to pay for the platform every month when we pay for our internet bill. So we do not make money at this. This is a hobby. Hobby means it is voluntarily based. We put in our own time to come on here. So get it straight. Sorry for the little bit of the dictation there, guys. Totally. So, like I said, read my lips. Before you start going around dancing your hips. I like that one. That rhymes too. But yeah. So I said, guys, this is all in fun, guys. Totally. We're not Americans here in Canada, so it's only the United States that gets paid for this shit show. We don't. And I'm glad we don't. So stop writing me and trying to accuse me of winning fucking money that I did not win, which we all know it is a lie. That who's people that are writing that kind of scam, if you don't shut up, you're going to be taken down by cybersecurity and possibly be arrested because you're sitting there spreading around a lie and false information and spreading around a fucking scam. And you're tagging people's account, you're doxing people's Facebook pages, and you're jotting their names down to your profile pages. That is illegal. Don't do that. Especially when they're especially when there's people on here that have disabilities that just come on here because we enjoy ourselves coming on here. When this is public, totally. I don't play lottery tickets. I don't even at the stores, even though yes, it's the real thing at the stores. I don't play lottery tickets. I don't gamble. I don't waste my time and money on those fucking things. I don't believe in this fake internet lottery going around. Okay? It's a scam. And if you guys are dumb enough to believe these scammers that get on here and that automatically shows up on your page and starts writing you, saying, oh, you won this, you won that, don't fall for it, guys. Don't open it. It's a scam. I don't even open those. I don't talk to them. I don't write them back when they write like that. I ignore it until they get the hell off my page. This is why I said, guys, I've already filed a police report against some of these people. Definitely. So do not go on anybody's page and literally start, taking their name off their Facebook page and jotting it down to your fake lottery pages, because you're going to be you are going to be coming. People are going to come after you, or the law will come after you. That's what I mean by people. Don't start saying, "Oh, I heard the great news," or the news that I'm hearing, or the shit like that's going to start a rumor, and then 5 seconds later that you're pretending you're the CEO of Facebook when you're not. Especially when half of us never met the guy. Start saying that make the guy look bad, or you guys sit there and you guys are retarded enough. You hack into his email account and hacking into people's personal accounts like mine, writing and saying, "Well, you're just getting in there. You're not even on my friend's page, and you're getting in there saying, oh, you're winning this money, you're winning that money." When you know it's a lie, you're passing yourself off as a celebrity and saying, "Oh, you're giving away free money." You're full of fucking shit. You're a fraud. You're a scam, and you're gonna be caught. And I'm exposing this. I'm calling it out totally, so other people know to stay safe. Totally, do not fall for that shit. I know there's some people that are might be a little slower than I am, that may be a little bit more naive, but with it being the internet, guys, do not fall for it. And personal support workers of agencies, you should be protecting your clients on this when it comes to the internet, because they believe this is real. It isn't. Definitely. Because these hackers are just trying to get into your information so they can hack your accounts, or get a hold of private your everyday business that you do online. If you're the type that does your banking online or you do your shopping online, these assholes are trying to get into shit that they should not be getting into. So they make up they go around, they start pretending they're this person, that person, and they start spreading scams, and they start saying that they're winning all this money. There's lottery going on, and it's all bullshit. Totally all bullshit. Are they pretending? Are they stealing celebrities' accounts and saying, "Oh, congratulations, you won this much money"? You didn't win anything. They're trying to make you look bad before your actual pension worker, and your pension workers are on Facebook. They see this stuff come across, and some of them may actually take it seriously. So, like I said, do not give in. Do not write these assholes back. Do not give these trolls a time of day. Definitely. Don't fall for it. It is a scam. It's been. They'll try to say it isn't. It is. Definitely, because I already talked to the police about it. They said it is a scam. I already talked to Mark Cedarberg about it. He is on the verge of hunting these bastards down one by one. So don't respond if you guys get anything like that. Don't open nothing up, because I don't open nothing like that up. I don't even talk to them when they start writing like that. Definitely. And half the time these people will confirm themselves to your Facebook page. Just ignore them. Totally just ignore them. Don't respond back to them. So don't write them back. Don't call a number if they give you a phone number. Don't phone that phone number. Definitely. That's where they trap you. That's where they totally trap you, guys. Totally. So that's what I'm saying, guys. Be safe on here totally as much as you can. I know during these times of challenging times, of pandemic times, we're seeing more of this. Even before the pandemic happened, we started seeing this coming through. I know I've been hacked so many times, and I've not opened nothing. I've not wrote any of them back. I've ignored all of them, like I'm supposed to, and I still got hacked into. I was temporarily falsely shut off, totally. So that's why I say, guys, do not give in to these people. Okay, don't give in to these people at all. Definitely, just ignore them. That's what I said. I have reported them. Definitely. The police know they're floating around on here. They're trying their best to get their addresses so they can show up at their door. This is why I said, so don't give in to these idiots. Totally. And I can put that, I can say that in a public video, so that way I'm keeping other people safe that might have a disability like myself or whatever. Don't fall for any bullshit like that. Totally, guys. If they even if you're doing the right thing, you're ignoring them, they constantly harass to the point your computer keeps beeping, to the point it's causing you depression problems, then get a hold of somebody. Even if you have to trust a local police officer, get to somebody immediately. Take a pen and paper, write their account down on a piece of paper. That's constantly trying to push these lottery scams on you. And even if you got a camera phone, screenshot their account picture and somehow get it into the hands of the police department so they can trace these idiots. Definitely, so that way they can be caught and they can be taken down right off the internet. So we can have a safe internet generation if we have to do everything online, like our doctor's appointments that we're coming to, if we have to book our job searching or whatever, for everyday business on here. So we can do it safely without these yahoos on here. Totally. Sorry to have to put this on a big mountain hill, but I just want to make sure that people that are like myself, that I'm not doing anything wrong, that's enjoying being on here. Just continue what you're doing. Like if you're making TikToks, if you're doing YouTube channels, you're doing Facebook live streams, just keep posting your content or whatever. And definitely, just ignore the cockroaches. That's all you do. They'll get sick of you, and then they'll leave you alone, and they'll go bug somebody else, and they will get caught because they're going to do it to the wrong person. And then one of these days, you're going to actually find out they're going to do it to a police officer. Boom, he's got your information. Goodbye, Felicia. You're going to fuck up. Ain't it always the way? But yeah, so this is what I said, guys. To my guys on here, definitely my TikTokers that enjoy my shows, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for enjoying those. Definitely, I do apologize to the people that was enjoying Christmas Elf Lounge. I got bullied too badly, and I'm sorry I shut it down the way I did. I know there was a lot of young people that were enjoying it. I know there was a lot of little kids on TikTok that was enjoying Christmas Elf Lounge, and they enjoyed the drawing sketches I was doing and everything else like that. They were getting a kick out of that. You know, it really brought a light to their life. A little bit. It put a smile on their face to see a real live elf on there. But then the bullies and trolls had to get on there, and they had to say negative stuff about Santa Claus in front of and when it was open to all ages, and they had to be bullies. And I know there was a couple of little kids that were getting upset, and that kind of stuff like that. And I do apologize. I had to shut it down. I was under too much stress because I was attacked so heavily at Christmas time. So, like I said, I do apologize. I had to shut that down totally the way I did. And I changed it around to finish off to an adult lounge or whatever, and right into New Year's. But yeah, I was trying to make the best out of Christmas for everybody, in a very respectful and positive way. And then I started getting banned for no reason. You know, I got kicked off for no reason. I got falsely reported after people were falsely reporting me, everything for no reason. I got banned. And that's when I had to make new accounts to get back on. And I had to keep earning my way to go live again. Totally. Yeah, so, you know, but I'm not one to quit. I'm not one to give up. Not really. Under stress and depression, I said I was quitting. No, I would never quit TikTok. I'm too addicted to it. I enjoy it too much. I may disagree with what TikTok is doing to us innocent people, shutting us innocent people off and listening to the liars and complainers, making false accusations because all they're doing is hitting a computer button, and they have too much control, and they're falsely harassing innocent people like myself that isn't doing anything wrong. Or Jay and his girlfriend. That's just totally wrong that they do that. Like she was having a wonderful birthday party. Like he was saying, his girlfriend was having a wonderful birthday party that he threw for her, and people got on there and they bullied her on her birthday. You know, they wouldn't leave him. They wouldn't leave him alone. They wouldn't leave her alone. They kept banning his account after account. You know, every time he made up a new one, boom, gone. Boom, gone. Boom, gone. Because she has cerebral palsy. She's a person with a disability. They were making fun of her. I wished her again. I woke up and I wished her a happy birthday, and I'm sorry I couldn't wish her a happy birthday on her birthday because I was tied up with my COVID-19 vaccination appointments because I had to go out of town to get those because I have to go to another city or another in my area. I have to go to another town. I had to go to another town for my appointments because my town isn't doing the clinics. So I had to go from Wyerton here, South Bruce, on the South Bruce Peninsula, from Wyerton here to Southampton. So I had to go right across the peninsula, into another community to get it done, another town or another township, another city to get it done, to get my COVID-19 to be fully vaccinated. And that kind of, because our pharmacy and our here didn't have a clinic, and our doctors here didn't have a clinic. The Salvation Army did a clinic, but nobody told me nothing about it. Again, people were not properly informed. Definitely, they all lied and said no, there was no clinics here. So I had booked in Southampton. I was able to get into Southampton or whatever to get my COVID-19 vaccination, so I had to go there for my both appointments. Which they accepted me, no problem, and I was grateful for that. But yeah, so, and plus I've got 2 dentist appointments coming up too as well. So I was kind of busy, so I was kind of off and on. So I do apologize to Jay. I am a little late. I was a little late wishing him and his girlfriend a happy birthday. And also congratulations on your engagements, by the way, guys. Definitely. I've been married now for almost 15 years. Too long. Definitely myself. But yeah, I got married in my own home in 2006. I was about 26 at the time. I had a kind of a little get together. I had the minister come. I bought my license. My wife and I, we bought our license, and we got married in our own apartment. Not the one we're in now. The one we lived in Peterborough. When I met her here, and then took her back to Peterborough, and then we came back here. We got married in Peterborough. We had our own apartment down there. We were down there because that's where I grew up. That's why we took her back. We got married. We bought our license. We got married. She is sending away for a professional certificate from the government. And definitely after all these years, and definitely because we're still faithfully together, because we got married in our own home. Definitely, we didn't spend that much on a wedding. We didn't spend a very fancy wishing well. We didn't throw a big fancy reception that I wanted to give her. That fell through because we couldn't afford it. We couldn't get the fancy DJ. We couldn't get the fancy limo rides. Nothing like that. Nothing that big and fancy. We couldn't even afford the church. Our guest list, of course, on my mom's side of the family, everybody had to work. Everybody had excuses why they couldn't show up. I can understand with her mom. She couldn't. I wouldn't expect her to travel a long way, anyways. And my brother-in-law, he has problems with seizures. So, like I said, it wouldn't. That kind of trip wouldn't be good on somebody that going 6 hours from here to there at the time. But yeah, no, we didn't even go on a honeymoon. Only far as the honeymoon we went to was to our bedroom. 14-day isolation in the bedroom. Now, long story short about the best man. Everybody asks, well, in the picture I had a best man. Yes, I did have a best man. She had her wedding bridesmaids and that kind of stuff. Nothing fancy with her walking down the aisle, blah 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 blah, opening the veil, blah blah, smooching, that kind of stuff. Nothing fancy. We just had the minister come to our home, marry us in our own home. Definitely, we paid him, definitely, for his service. And we paid for our license. And he was nice enough. He took pictures for us. We had a small cake. A few of our friends bought some gifts or gave us a toaster. That was about it. We had like sandwich platter, veggie trays, that kind of stuff like that. Yes, after the minister left, we pulled out the beer. We got, that kind of stuff like that. So that was our reception with just a bunch of friends at the place. That was before social distancing started. That generation was no such, back in 2006. There's no such thing as social distancing. You get as many as you want in your apartment. I can't say it was a party, but again, it was kind of a small get together or whatever with our wedding parties, like her bridesmaids, and fortunately, my ex-girlfriend had to be her bridesmaid. Darn, couldn't she do better? Definitely. We'll not cross that bridge when we get to it. Now, this is quite weird, because we had because one of her bridesmaids and her boyfriend was our roommates. We had roommates. That didn't work out. So yes, we got into what you call the JD. Okay, the evil JD. Tennessee whiskey. I'll tell you, never again am I going to drink with any of her friends from fucking Kitchener or Cambridge, because they turn into monsters all the time. And then I have to physically have them arrested because they will commit assaults, because they've got fast tempers on them. I learned my lessons on that one. I'm not going to mention his name, but yeah, he was good. He was there. He was a good best man for the first half. He signed my marriage license. He didn't have to, but he did. But he was addicted. I'm not talking about marijuana stuff today. I'm not talking about cannabis, weed, or nothing like that. This guy was hooked on illegal stuff like the crack, cocaine, meth. I did not know this. On top of his alcohol addiction or whatever. Like, I drink occasionally. It doesn't make me an alcoholic. At least I know how to control myself. Now, this is the first time I went away in a fucking ambulance on my wedding night. Whoa. What a fucking surprise. A nice wedding fucking surprise. I wake up in the hospital the next fucking day. I didn't realize it, but I was in a coma for 6 hours. And then I came out of it the next day. Normally people don't recover that quick. But it was confirmed because I was taken away by ambulance, that I didn't know about, because I didn't realize that his drinking, and he was on drugs too highly, and I didn't know that. And out of nowhere, he flung me through a glass coffee table I had right through the center of it. Definitely. And somebody down the hall, in the apartment we lived in, phone 911, phone the paramedics, and I was taken away in an ambulance by EMS up to Civic Hospital in Peterborough. I was only in there like not permanently admitted, but I was close to it. Now that they said that was the first time I did actually almost come close dying on my wife. That was the first time. And I had come through. They were shocked. So yeah, they released me, whatever. And I kind of stuff like that. And then we ended up moving out closer by Peterborough, the Lakefield. Highway 28, again with the same roommates. Now that night that roommate didn't get arrested because that first time around, like he should have, because they thought I just fell. The first round. Now he ended up moving out with us to a townhouse, kind of farm townhouse across from the church that I grew up in, as a kid. And again, it was half under construction or whatever, but it was being renovated or whatever. There was a hardwood floor, so we were dumb enough. We took it as is. So I had a same roommate, and Kalende Kaploof. Again, he was drinking. He come home high on illegal drugs or whatever. I didn't even know he was high on what he was high on. And all of a sudden, I think either him or his girlfriend both flipped me to the hardwood floor, pound my head into a hardwood floor. And we had a dog, a half coyote and wild wolf dog as a pet, that broke out of his cage, size of a horse, and almost restrained him and took him down. And it was good because the police said the dog was only protecting his owner, which was me, and they said dogs will be territorial because they work with canine dogs, so they know the temperament of the dogs if somebody harms or a threat to their owner. So after that, I did find a home for the dog or whatever. I went to a farm or whatever to be a farm dog because it was a big dog. But during that incident, I was flipped to the floor again. I suffered 2 broken ribs. I had a very bad concussion here to the head. My head was almost split open on a hard concrete floor. I was knocked out cold again. I went by ambulance back into the city of Peterborough to Civic Hospital again. I went in this time. This time I went into what you call another coma. They didn't think I was going to come out of. I went in for I went under a coma for 3 hours, and then I almost can't. Then I came through again. I shocked them again. I came through. And that was kind of shocking. So then of course I was well enough to be released the next day. Then we moved from there. That was the last point. That's when I had my roommate arrested on the spot. Totally. Was at that place. So the roommate issue was gone. So we had moved back into the city of Peterborough, got another apartment or whatever, or two. Then I was, of course, me going to the liquor store again. Hi ho, the liquor store we go. Get the JD, we go. The stores didn't have any pop. Because I said, one guy asked me at the liquor store, he says, what do you mix your JD with? Just curiosity. He was a Russian fellow. Never again am I going to trust a fucking Russian. He turned around, he had a Russian accent, and he says, what do you mix your JD? He doesn't call it JD. He calls it DD. I said, I mix it with pop. Why? He says, oh, no, don't do that. It's not good for you. It's not healthy for you. Mix it with apple juice. Fuck. I mix it with apple juice, and poof, I take a minor stroke, a seizure. I fall through another fucking glass coffee table. Totally. This time I didn't go into a coma. I actually felt the stretcher picking me up, but I didn't know where I was going. And all of a sudden my bed was rolling away, and then I heard a click. And I woke up in Civic again, and I got all this shit coming through the tubes. Hooked up the tubes. Everything's coming out of these fucking tubes. Liquid coming out of the tubes. It looked like I was taking a major piss from my mouth into a bucket. So again, they thought they were going to lose me then again. No, I survived that. But my aunt was on duty too. She was a nurse, so she was at work. But she couldn't treat me, so they had to get another nurse. I'm like, oh my goodness. Today, that's why even today when I drink JD again, I'm back to mixing with the pop my way. And I have more control over it, and I stretch it out a bit more now than I was able then. And definitely, but when we moved on to Goodfellow, before we moved out here, oh yeah, for a while, 2010, the drinks were going down me, no problem, no stress. That kind of stuff like that, and it went down easier. I didn't have a single ambulance problem or an EMS visit. That's why I said EMS. Paramedics must be Jehovah's Witness because they're just as bad, totally, or just as annoying than anything. That's why they call them the ice cream truck. Totally. That's why I said they love me so much. But yeah, so this is what I said. This is what I said. So now I just down to drinking beer and I stretch it out. So when it comes down to whiskeys, I know what to mix with it, what not to mix with it. And guys, if you ever new to drinking Jack Daniels, mix it with pop, please. Definitely, because pop will deluticate it, will weaken it down. Don't listen to these Russian people that come over from fucking Russia and they say, add apple juice to it. Don't do that. It's not going to make you sick. You'll alcohol poison yourself very quickly. I know, I learned the hard way. Definitely. That was the last time I'm ever going to ever listen to a fucking Russian. Pardon my Fonche on that one. I'm just drinking regular Coke tonight. Definitely. Because it's called they will mislead you with false information on how to, or falsely teach you how to mix your drink when they don't know themselves how to mix a drink from your ass to the fucking hole in the ground. Because maybe in their country everything mixes with hard liquor. Not here in Canada. The US it don't. I tell you. If you do things their way, you're doing things a stupid way. Let me put it that way. Never again am I ever gonna trust a Russian or a Newfie. Totally. Totally, because they'll trick you. They will trick you. You have to watch it. Those clowns will trick you. They're good at that. Totally. And obviously, yes, they will get you into trouble. They're very sneaky. Very sneaky, those two categories. Definitely. But yeah, so that's why I said I learned my lesson on those days. Definitely. But yeah, I have a wedding picture with my best man in it. But this is why I've never held any wedding reunions, reception reunion. My wife and I were supposed to have one, but we decided no, we're going to stay away from that department because it's got to be the same wedding party that we had or the same ones that signed our license, marriage license, the same two idiots, and the same people that were there. Now my mom's passed on. That's different. But the other ones that were there are not in a position to travel. But the main two that were there that stood up for my wife and me, I'm not gonna bring them here. I won't. Yes, he did apologize after he got out of jail. He did apologize. So did his girlfriend. But I'm never gonna forget what they did to me. Totally. I accepted their apology. I left it at that. I did the right thing. I forgave them. I at least I helped them out when they needed help. They didn't see that part of it. That kind of thing. They're probably better people today, but I don't think they're the same today. But still, I would still not feel comfortable on trusting them in my home. Definitely. If I run into them because they got relatives out here or whatever, passing through or camping out this way or whatever, yes, I'll say hi and bye in passing or whatever. But yeah, no, I would never trust them in my home again. Definitely. Not after what they put me through. Totally. Definitely on that, but yeah, I wouldn't take any chances. Totally wouldn't take any physical chances that's gonna, put myself into a harm's way ever again with those two. Definitely, or anybody who's attached to them. Definitely. But yeah, so bit of truth and facts, but I put it in I was able to put in kind of a bit of sense of humor there. Totally. Excuse me. And I from those beatings, I can't represent. I experienced 2 ruptured ribs, fractured ribs, ruptured ribs. Didn't heal properly. It did heal, but didn't heal properly. I had concussion. I suffered long-term memory loss. It means I lost my long-term memory. All I have is just my short-term memory that every day I have to deal with. And I still get flashbacks, totally, from that night, from those nights, definitely. That we'll never forget about, totally, those trips. But I'm just grateful I came through and survived that. I tell you, not too many people would survive that. I tell you, or all those beatings. Totally, um, definitely. And I took 17. Believe it or not, when I was physically beaten, I took 17 fucking beatings. 17. If there had been one more, I would have been dead. And if the guy had pounded me one more time, if he made it right to 18, I would have been a goner. Especially on a hard concrete floor, cement floor. I even survived that. I'll tell you, I wasn't supposed to survive it. I did. Um, Definitely, if he had got me the 18th time, I would have been a dead man. Definitely, I would have been a goner. I wouldn't be here today. Totally telling you this. This is why I was shocked. Totally shocked. Um, you know, and my dominant vision went out too. So definitely, these are things that I never ever told my dad about. Definitely, I kept it from him because he just sit back and he rudely laugh about it. He think it's funny. Definitely, because he'll say something smart like, "Oh, what did you do? Run off with the WWE? What do you do? Run off with the WWE now? You're a WWE wrestler now, and we don't know about. You're into wrestling now, or what? You become a full time? What do you do? Become a professional wrestler now? Since when? Definitely. Oh man, I tell you. At least they have pads under their rings. I got smacked down to a hardwood floor, cement floor, concrete cement rock floor. It don't tickle. And on top of that, there was sharp enough edges on the cement floor, stone cement floor. It was a concrete cement floor. There was actually gatches in the stone floor, cement floor, that was sharp enough that could literally cut my eyes right out of my head. Could have stabbed me right in here, and I would have been totally a goner. Or it could have sliced my neck if I had if my neck had hit those certain sections. I could have sliced my neck completely open and bleed to death. That's why I said, right there for me, that was one hell of a survivor right there. Totally. Now, if you want to talk about a pandemic, that's a pandemic. But so that's why even now, even now, I'm cautious on who I associate with. I'm very picky on who I associate with. Half the time, I don't associate at all. It's because I just don't trust nobody, especially when they say they're from Cambridge or Kitchener. Definitely no, I don't fucking trust you. Definitely. I don't not to be rude or anything. That's why I always keep my distance from everybody. That's from anytime they say they're from Waterloo region or they're from Cambridge or Kitchener. Don't talk to me. Don't want nothing to do with you. Well, there's one friend of my wife's that does come around that seemed to so far come up to be okay. That kind of stuff like that, but yeah, I still don't. Like I said, I'm a type of person. I'm very cautious. I don't like to take any risks or chances. But yes, after that, I do take risks. But she is a really nice lady and her boyfriend and that kind of stuff like that. But they've been nice to me. But yes, I still guard myself. 100% when they're around, I still guard myself. Definitely. Even even with the lady that runs the not the Action Club, the Optimist Club here, she's from Cambridge area. Still, I've always kept my distance from her and her husband because the fact, not to be mean, but of what I went through with people from the Cambridge area that my wife knew, definitely, relating to an incident that happened to me in Lakefield, definitely, where I was insulted. I was actually physically assaulted in my own home, and I was almost murdered and killed. Definitely, it came close to being murdered off or almost killed by these two individuals that she was in with at one point. At first, she told me they were okay, and I find out they weren't okay. They had records of assaults going way out to Saskatchewan and BC, all over the place. I wasn't the only one that they were charged with assault on. They were charged, wanted out in fucking BC and Saskatchewan by the RCMP. And my wife brought them into our home. Hello. This ain't the Holiday fucking Inn, But yeah, but I guess she didn't realize that until she's seen things for herself that scared her and that kind of stuff like that. And she was smart. She dropped her friendship with them. Definitely. But there's a lot of weirdos since we got married. She's introduced me to from fucking Cambridge. I'll tell you, they're not clean at all. They're not clean at all. They're not clean people. They have problems. I have to grant the one lady, when my wife and I did try living way before we came out here and before we went back to the Peterborough area, we tried living in Cambridge and we lived in Guelph for about a year. In between that, and then going back to that, and then these Kitchener people showed up in my home or whatever we had as roommates or whatever. We're trying them out. I regret that. Never again am I doing that shit. Having roommates doesn't work, especially when they're her friends. I like to know which fucking Indian trails she got these bunch off of. I'll tell you. No offense, but they had, like I said, they had problems that we didn't know about. We were, like I said, like me and them were in two different worlds. She thought maybe we would get along. It just didn't happen because we're in two different worlds. My example being, I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I'm not a smoker. I don't even do weed. I don't even do cannabis weed. I don't touch the shit. I grew up in the 1900s. Back those days, all that shit was all equally illegal. Definitely drugs were drugs. We were taught to stay away from it, not touch it, not get into it. That kind of stuff like that. When I became a drinking age, yeah, I drink the odd beer or whatever. That's normal. That's not illegal. Unless you know how to behave yourself. Just don't let it control you. Just don't go out and just don't go out and drinking and driving. Then yes, you hit the illegal department of it. But yeah, or don't get violent with people or whatever. Control yourself, more or less. Control it. Don't let it control you. Bottom line of it all, drink responsibly. Totally. Don't do stuff on top of alcohol. Like don't be a Superman or a smart ass and think you're gonna smoke a bowl or smoke fucking weed on top of alcohol, because it'll turn you right into a monster. It never fails. It'll turn people violent because alcohol and drugs do not mix. Always remember that. no matter if they're legal drugs or illegal drugs, even if it is subscribed prescriptions. Don't mix it with your alcohol. Um, your energy drinks you buy at the store, don't add alcohol to it. That's why it says on the can, do not add alcohol to it, because there's pharmaceutical products in those energy drinks you don't know about that they put in your everyday aspirins and pills. Definitely. 1, it'll kill you with an overdose. 2, it'll give you a heart attack. 3, if it doesn't do any of that, it'll make you violent up here. Physically, mentally, not just mentally, but physically. That's why the crime rate is so high. Totally. Strictly, like I said, one thing, like I said, straightly, I'm not a smoker. 2, I don't do illegal drugs of any kind. I don't care if it's even legal. I don't allow marijuana or cannabis in my home. I don't allow it. I'm totally against it. Because that's the way I was raised in the 1900s, because it was illegal back then. So in my home, to me, it's still illegal. It doesn't come through my doors. Definitely, I will not allow it in my home at all. None of that activity. Anybody tried coming in my home with that, into my apartment with that, or coming into my home with it? I will have the police here and I'll have you taken out in 2 seconds. All right, and I will have my landlord here to take your ass out. Outside, or probably out the back to the woodshed for some education and election moment. Totally. I don't piss around with that shit. Totally. This is why I said I'm really strict when it comes down to that kind of department. I'm a very clean person when it comes to that department, and that's what pisses a lot of people off. Totally. Yeah, I do drink beer, or I drink alcohol occasionally, but I stretch it out. Like I said, I'm a non-smoker. I do not smoke. I was accused of it several times, but like I said, I was falsely accused of it. I don't do it. Never have since I was a kid. I never touched the stuff. My dad does though. But if he was to visit, he has respect to keep it outside. Definitely. I do not. I cannot. I am not allowed to allow them kind of people in my home, because definitely, because if they got any habits like that, they have to take it outside with it. They can't do it in here, because it comes down on me, and I cannot have that. I've already been threatened several times by the landlord here. Definitely. This is why I even say to my wife. I said, if you got those kind of habits, the fuck outside with it. You can't do it in here. Because I've come close to being falsely kicked out on the street, falsely several times, or accused of something I don't do. This is what I said. I'm very strict on what kind of people are let into my home. Definitely. And I've told my wife this. I said, you got to be the same way. You got to be the same way. You have to be example. You have to show the example. You have to be the same way. I like I said, times are changing, laws are changing, rules are changing. We're in times where we're always facing heavy discrimination. No matter what you look like, what your size is, or based on your habits or whatever, you face a lot of discrimination these days. It's not right that people do, but they don't. They do. Like I said, I drink. I do drink occasionally. I'll drink a case of beer or whatever, a small case, or I get a big case of beer. I'll stretch it out. But like I said, other than the other activities, I don't touch it. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I don't do any of that shit. I've been raised not to touch it. I've never ever held anything like that in my hand, totally, and I won't. And yes, people can't accuse me of it and say, "Well, you get blood tested, you're going to find it in your blood system." I was blood tested. My blood come up clean. So what does that tell you? You're the ones that are spreading the rumors and the lies. Totally. Because I was already blood tested by my doctor just after my first COVID-19 vaccination. And my blood cells are clean. My wife was blood tested too, but hers came back in a very scary way. That came back that the fact that she has her liver's not well. She's got rotten. She started to have liver failure or some type of liver disease. But which is scaring me right now. But I will know more after she has her ultrasound or whatever. I'll know more information if she's going to be all right, or if there's going to be or if she has to, or there's going to be emergency fast track where she's going to have to be admitted into a hospital, or have to go on dialysis. We'll know after her ultrasound what they're going to do. Or are they going to immediately fast track her under hospitalization? This is what's scaring me totally right now. This is why she's refrained from drinking pop. Totally, and she has to drink more water, more juices, or whatever. So whatever kind of disease it is, if it's cancer or whatever, it doesn't spread. Because if you drink pop, the fucking shit's gonna spread through her. It's not good. Totally not good. But I thought I would, and I'm glad I'm not the one with the liver problem, because I thought I would be, because I'm the one who drinks alcohol in the house. Definitely. And I drink Coca-Cola, but it doesn't bother me. And I came up fine. That's why I said right now it's scary times, scary moments. And no, it's not because of the COVID-19 vaccinations. It's just her health in generally. It's her age. Her health is going down. Some women, they get to be a certain age. She just come into her senior years not too long ago. She's 55. When a woman reaches 55, they're automatically considered a senior. They enter their senior years. I'm only 40, going on 41. So I'm still a young puppy. So I'm not even quite starting my middle age yet. I'm just getting there. So, this is right now, this is what's scaring me a lot. So I also keep my mind off of stuff, and also watching over her and everything else like this, and then doing these live TikToks. I've got a lot on my mind, right? That's why I said I'm back to back with appointments between her and me. Definitely. So this is why I said, guys. So this is why I don't have any time for trolls and bullies and bullshits on my live streams. I'm just on here to enjoy myself, to keep my mind off of this stuff as much as possible, because the more I keep my mind off of it, I'm not going to worry so much. But yes, I'm still here. I'm still watching over her. That stuff like that, making sure that, every day she's waking up okay. There's no surprises in the middle of the night that I'm not expecting, because I already went through this shit with my mother. I am not going through it with a wife. Even though, yes, it's part of better for worst. That do us part. It is just to let you guys know, it is a contract when you get married. Like it or not, better for worst. Till death do you part. It is a contract. Like it or lump it. You're committed. Totally. Means you've got a high commitments, and you've got a responsibility. Even if you don't even have any kids, you still have a responsibility to your spouse. Now I've got a 4-legged kid. She's like a child. She cuddles up to me like a child would. Comes up for her hugs or for what she wants to go for walks. I take her to the park like every parent would take their kids to the park. So I can't really say I don't have any children. Even though I got a little puppy, she's like a child. She's got 4 legs, but still, it's a child. It's still a child in the house. Where is she? Oh, she was on the couch. Oh, she disappeared now. She ran and hid. Hey, sweetie BP. Oh, she's probably under the table. Yeah, so, you know, and yes, there's days that, some days my wife is well, some days she's not well. But that's what I said. Her health is up and down. And I know what it's causing it. It's not COVID-19. It's not the Delta variant. It has to do with her liver. I can understand that. After hearing what she was telling me, that's what's scaring me right now. But yes, this is why I said I've got to be ready in case an emergency happens, and I have to deal with it. Definitely. This is why I said it was bad timing too when community living ditched me when I had them in my life my whole life since I was a kid, and since I moved out here and I moved my transfer papers out this way. No, they ditched me to the curb. They didn't want nothing to do with me. But I can't do nothing about that. Just means I got no agency to be there for me if something ever happens to her. Hope it doesn't, but if it does, I've got no agency there to support me. I don't have that support anymore. Definitely. Now, with all you assholes burning down all the churches now, I would be surprised if the Salvation Army would still be around by then. Holy shit. People, ease up on the church burning down, people. Holy fuck. Pretty soon, guys, if something what's going to happen if something like me has to turn to them for help? Because my wife, something happens and she passes on. Like, she's okay right now, but she's, like I said, her health is up and down. But if something ever happens to her and I have to turn to the church for help and they're no longer there because they're burnt to the ground because of you trumpets, what am I supposed to fucking do? Totally. What? I'd have nothing to deal with her. That means no funeral home, no nothing to deal with her because you jackasses are burning them all fucking down. This is what I said. Like, I know you guys, this is the point I'm trying to make. Like, yes, you can disagree with the government all you like. That's okay. I'm not telling you guys what you can gonna do. I understand that you guys have your reasons, that kind of stuff like that. Yeah, you are allowed to protest to a point, but when you go overboard like that and you start taking down all the churches, or you get mad, you storm out and taking out all the churches, you're burning down all the fucking churches. And yet we have who's going to be there to provide service for people when they pass on. There'll be no churches left to turn to go to. There won't even be a single funeral home to go to get rid of the remains. We're stuck. That's what I said. But my wife's alive and well. She's walking around right now. But I tell you, but you jackasses really don't think shit through, do you? Totally. Jumpins. Totally hello, use your knuckle fuckle up here. Sorry to put it that way. I don't know, holy crap, people. I know, like I get angry, I get pissed off myself, or I have my disagreements, but you don't see me going around burning down shit. Holy jumpins. That's just getting too fucking wild. I know I learned how to behave myself because I went through Boy Scouts and cadets. I learned how to self-discipline myself or how to keep myself under control. That shit's getting out of control. Like, guys, yeah, I know we're, I know we're in challenging times or pandemic times, but it's not World War fucking two. Holy shit, it's not. We're not back in the 18 fucking hundreds. Well, just just burn everybody down, and then the service, when you need them, the services are not there to support you. Like, people, oh my god, I tell you, what is this world coming to? Totally, literally. Oh my god, guys, people. I tell you, I don't know what I don't even know anymore what to do with this world. And like, guys, no, I'm not suicidal. I just can't believe what I see. Some of these videos I see on TikTok or in the media, I'm like, holy fuck, people. Talk about needing fucking anger management. No wonder anger management won't even counsel you, because you probably storm out and burn down their office. Totally. Man, this world is going fucking nuts. And they thought I was fucking retarded. Holy shit. And I'm the one that's diagnosed with mental problems. Definitely, supposedly, since I was 18. Now, you don't see me doing that shit. I've got more respect than that. Like, holy shit. Yeah, like I used to belong to People's First, self-advocate for people with disabilities and that kind of stuff like that. But, yeah, we had our protests at Queen's Park and everything, but we knew enough not to cross that line. We never got ourselves arrested. We never got ourselves shot. We didn't rip down Queen Elizabeth or Queen Victoria's mantelpiece down like they did in BC. We didn't rip down historical statues. We didn't go burning down shit. Because there's a limit on how far you can go. Definitely, we knew not to. We still, even if we were on a peaceful, or we were protesting, or we had our disagreements, or we went on a protest or whatever, and we protested, and the police were there to keep things under control. We did not violate their discrepancy. We did not cross their territory we didn't cross the line and go over the line and cross into their space and try to push our way through their space and get ourselves arrested or shot. We didn't do that. We didn't get that stupid. Totally. And we didn't start going around vandalizing historical statues. We didn't burn down churches. I mean, guys, you're going fucking nuts. Totally. That's all I can say. I'm like, oh my god, people that I'm seeing on no, that's just my opinion, that I'm seeing on the news, I'm seeing on TikTok. Like, holy fuck, I see these videos every fucking day. They come on my fucking For You page. Like, shit, what does this have to do with me? I don't want to see this shit. Totally. I can't help it. It's TikTok. It's called the For You page. I'm like, before you guys, that's what I'm saying. Before you even try to protest, and you didn't protest in your life, learn to fucking do your research and study shit before you go out there flashing signs and rapping off your fucking mouth and crossing police discrepancy and getting yourself shot or stabbed to death or arrested. Holy jumpins. Don't be fucking stupid idiots over it all. basically is the way I can put it. Like don't go that nuts. Totally. Us at People's First, we never went that far. Even LGBTQ doesn't even go that far. They know their limits. They know where the line is and when not to cross it. They know enough to stay on their own side of the line, and that's why they're always safe, or somewhat. But they know enough not to cross that certain line, because there is a certain line that the public is allowed to protest up to. And they have to stop at that line. They can't go over that line, because once you go over that line or that fence line, you could be shot, you could be arrested, you could be literally stabbed to death. You can end up in jail, you can end up in a hospital. You'd be taken by either way. You could be taken out by Hirsch, corner van, EMS, whatever. Police car, you could be taken out by anything. Once you cross that line. Definitely. This is why I quit People's First, was because it was I knew these times were gonna come and they were just gonna get dangerous, and people are just gonna get so angry that they're gonna end up crossing that line, and they're going to violate someone else's space and territory, and they're gonna step on very big violent shoes. Totally. And then there's going to be a trust broken between them and the first responders, which is our police services. Totally. That, like I said, like you can agree, you can disagree, and that kind of thing. There is times with things they do that I disagree, that I see that they do that I don't like myself either. But I don't sit there and I don't try to overpower them or over cross their space. I respect their space. Totally. Definitely so, because they stand for the crown, just like the Orange Freemasons does, that I used to belong to, and the Freemasons does, and the Illuminati and the All-Seeing Eye of God does. That kind of stuff like that. So we know certain boundaries where not to cross. Totally. But you get these young punks think they know everything. They got to be super hippies and be jackasses through it all. Totally. That kind of stuff like that. I'm not trying to get critical, guys. Totally. Just giving you guys a bit of a safety message. It's not saying in the human rights that you do not have the right to protest. You do to a certain point. There is limits, and you have to know those limits. You have to know where that line is. You have to know what side of the line you belong on and the side of the line you do not belong on. That divides you between you and the government. There is that very thin line that you do not cross. It's the number one key, so you don't get shot at, so you don't get arrested, so you don't get stabbed, so you don't get the shit kicked out of you. It's called studying your shit before you go on out there and flashing protest signs and rapping off your mouth. You need to take it from somebody that's been through a People's First Self-Advocate movement. Myself, and actually sat on the executive definitely for years, and was taught on how things are done properly. Now, if things are done properly, then it can be considered peaceful. Now, if you cross that line, then it's no longer peaceful. It can be harmful to you or to anybody else around you. Definitely. It's a matter of a lot of you young people don't know you don't know you don't know your boundary lines on how far you can go. You were never taught your limits. If you get in with a self-advocate group, before they even let you go out, they need to be teaching you limitations on how far you can go with protesting before it's illegal, or before the police consider it to be illegal. or very dangerous or threatening on their own discrepancy. Totally. This is what I said. You guys need to know your limits. Totally. That you guys do not know. Totally. But yeah, I'm not gonna go on. I'm not gonna stay on that topic, you guys, because probably I don't want to start any political arguments or nothing like that. Because there's all people who agree. They may disagree. Everybody's right has rights to their opinion. Everything else like that. I'm just sharing a little, teaching you a little bit, educating you on a little bit of this. Definitely from experience, being involved in a self advocate group. Definitely. On really how far you can go. Before they can take you away at those protests. There is limits. There is limits. A lot of people don't understand the limits. There is limits. A lot of people do not understand that. This is why I said before you get out there and jumping into protest, picketing lines and that kind of stuff, that you need to be in a self-advocate group of some kind itself. You need to belong to. So they can teach you and instruct you on rules and regulations on how far you can go before you get yourself in shit, or before you get yourself in a lot of trouble, or get yourself in a situation you're not going to get out of, or a situation that may be causing you may not be coming home any which way. So this is why I say, guys, you guys really have to be taught properly. And what those limitations are, what the human charter of rights limitates, what your limitations and rights are for limitations on when it comes down to the protesting and the things, especially if you're protesting against a powerful order and movement like the government. Definitely. It's not a Sunday walk through the park. It is a very dangerous, self-advocacy is a very dangerous lifestyle. It's a very dangerous movement. I went through this with the Orange Order too itself. Like I said, like even marching down the street on fucking July the 12th, even through Toronto, some asshole shot bullets at us. At least I was short enough. The bullet hit my side of my hat, skinned the side of my hat. It didn't hit me, and I ducked to the floor. I ducked down to the street and rolled under a truck. Before they were able to target at me at my shorter level. Definitely. This is why I said, especially when you're reacting King Billy on the horse, and I fell off the horse, I rolled under a fucking truck. Totally. Definitely. That's why I said, guys, especially going to a place like fucking Toronto on July the 12th parade. I know it was a Catholic that shot at me. This is why when that parade goes down, July the 12th goes through down the main street of Toronto, or even in Toronto, because the Orangemen are still at war in northern Belfast, Dublin, Ireland, with the Catholics and the IRA. Even today, it is very dangerous. That's why they lock down the legions, the armories, that kind of stuff like that. And that's where the police really guard the side of the streets and make sure people are not walking around with guns or weapons. So when the Orangemen come down the street with their orange regalias on their collars, that way, if somebody tries to shoot at us, the police are ready there to jump them and grab them. Because it happens all the time on any 12th of July parade. It never fails. Definitely, especially when you're on the white horse and you're dressed up as King Billy, Prince of Orange. They shoot at you quicker. Definitely, and I was lucky that the bullet only dinged my hat, and I fell to the ground, and the horse got scared to buck me off, and I rolled under a parked truck, and the parade kept going. And the Toronto police apprehended the guy too, and this was way back in July the 12th, 2001. And I was 21, way before I met my wife. I tell you. So yes, I know what it's like when it comes down to belonging to something that is luministic, politistical, and is a Masonic order organization, secret society organization. Like I said, that is up there in with the Freemasons. Definitely. This is why I say, guys. That's why I say always stay safe or whatever. So I'm familiar with the risks and dangers of protesting. Definitely. And even if it's parading, protesting for anything, for self advocacy, for religious rights, anything else like that. Or remembering the fallen Orangemen from Battle of Boyne, or the war that still goes on between the Protestants and Catholics in Ireland. It's been going on for years. It never quit. With the Protestants and the IRA, the Irish Republican Army. Overseas, definitely. I know that we don't see a lot of that anymore here in Canada. Hopefully during these times, I hope we don't. But yes, there's been a couple incidents with the Orangemen in Toronto, going through Toronto on the main street. While it's Toronto, what do you expect? We lost a couple on that parade too. There was a few of them that were taken by corner van out off parade route. Some were taken to the hospital by ambulance. I remember that parade. That was one nasty motherfucking parade. I'll tell you. Holy shit. It was nice shit in me trousers. Holy fuck. Holy jumpins. At least the horse did the smart thing by bucking me off, and I stayed to the ground and I rolled under a truck. Parked truck. Too bad nobody. I was lucky that it was good timing and nobody was getting into the truck and driving away. Or I would have been a dead orange pancake on the side of the road, under a wheel of a 4x4 truck. So yes, so I know what it's like to be exposed to war violence of any kind, and it's not a pretty feeling. Totally not a pretty feeling at all. It is a very scary situation to be at that time that would have been in, or to ever be in. It's not fun and games, guys. Like, people think it's a big joke or it's fun and games. It isn't. It is very dangerous business. Totally. And I can honestly open on that, and I can say that too as well, publicly. I'm surprised I survived a lot of this shit, and I'm here to share it with you. Totally. And that was only in Toronto, Ontario in 2001 Orange July the 12th parade. And we had marched all the way from Smith Falls, from Grand Lodge, all the way into Toronto. Totally. And we had the campers behind us, motorhomes behind us. We had ambulances behind us on parade. We even had a hearse and a corner van on parade in case people were shot down on the street. Orangemen were shot down on the street. We were all prepared. Totally. We were all prepared, which way or another. We were going to make it through that fucking parade route. Dead or alive. Or hospitalized. Totally. We were lucky enough to make it down the frickin' street. Totally. That's why if I wasn't smart to stay to the ground when the horse bucked me off and the bullet hit the side of my hat, and I had rolled under the truck, I was safer under the truck, and I stayed to the ground. Totally. Because I remember what I learned in Army and Air Cadets when I was in the Army as a teenager. Definitely. And I had that Army Cadet and Air Cadet training, bush training behind me. So I used those techniques, bush techniques, on a public Toronto street to save my life. Totally. Especially on an Orange July the 12th parade. Totally. This is why I said that, guys. July the 12th is another day for wearing orange. So thank you guys that are all deciding to wear orange for the month of July. You picked the right month. Oh, definitely. but I can understand there's a charity cause for that. But yeah, so if you're getting comfortable in your orange t-shirts, wear them again on July the 12th, for our Orange Men, definitely. Flash those light out again. Flash those orange flowers for Orange Men for July the 12th now too, definitely. Since now everybody's, thank you for joining the NDP party. Everybody calls us. But yeah, I wasn't trying to put that very rudely in a joke, guys, definitely, because I can understand that they're wearing the orange shirts because of the residential schools and that kind of stuff. July the 1st and July the 4th, that kind of stuff like that. Like I said, I'm part Native myself. And yes, guys, in the Orange Lodge, there is a Native Orange Lodge too with that. There's Orangemen that are Native, which is Mohawk 99, Plainsfield 33 in Desrono, Ontario. I was a member of I was not LGBTQ. I get the numbers mixed up. Sorry, I was a member of Duke of Wellington, LOL 457, Peterborough, Ontario, County Orange Hall, 2000 to 2003, and then I was in the Kids Order when I was a child. Again, then after I got older, I went way before I met my wife. I got married. I was enrolled into the Adults Order Lodge, of LOL 457, and I was at the same time as I was initiated into LOL 457 Duke of Wellington. Before I took a leave of absence, I went right. I went through all my degrees there, and I went through 2 in the Black Preceptory. I was automatically accepted, and when I was in the Orange, LOL 457, I was also part of Mohawk 99, and Plainsfield 33. Loyal Orange Order, which is the Native the Native First Nation Orange Masonic Lodge itself. But they were operating their meetings. Mohawk 99 actually went out of their way, because I couldn't, I couldn't go back and forth to Desrono every day to all the meetings. So Mohawk 99 conducted meetings out of Peterborough Hall. And definitely, there was a couple times I did go back to where I was born, to Desrono, to the Orange Lodge in Desrono when I was in the Orange Lodge, in the Adult Lodge. I got to see where I was born and that kind of stuff like that too as well. That kind of stuff like that. But I was in the Orange Lodge itself, and I was able to visit Mohawk 99 Lodge in Desrono, which is Mohawk 99 Plainsfield 33, at their Orange Hall, definitely. So. Yeah, so like I said, guys, that's all I can share with you guys. I can't go into any details because it is a secret order, it's a secret society. It is part of the Freemason community. It is part of the Illuminati itself too as well. But I'd show everybody, and yes, they're light-skinned natives. They are natives. They are light-skinned, like I am. Again, you have your dark-skinned Mohawks and you have your light-skinned Mohawks. Definitely. My grandmother, my dad's mother, was Mohawk Blackfoot. She was mixed plate skin. I was born mixed different cultures, but I do have Native in me in that. I was born as a baby on the reservation. But when my mom separated from my dad, she took me off the reservation, and I went to live with her under her custody and on her side of the family. And I was exposed to the Scotch. I was nationality, the German, the Dutch, the English and French on her side. Because they were from Quebec. My grandfather was from Germany. Definitely. And my dad's side of the family, my dad's mother was Mohawk Blackfoot Native, and my grandfather was from Belfast, Dublin, Ireland. He was the Orangeman. He was in the Orange Order. My grandfather was, and on my dad's side, he was from the House of Orange in Dublin, Belfast, Ireland. And he married a First Nation lady here, my grandmother. That was on the reservation. So I wouldn't doubt it if he was the one that started in Mohawk 99, in Plainsville 99 in Desrano. My would have started with my grandparents on my dad's side. And then my dad's uncle, he was an Orangeman for years. Definitely. And he just recently passed on a couple of years ago. Definitely. And my dad's parents were gone now for a long time, but yeah. I don't even know out of it all how my dad became a Seventh-day Adventist, but probably through through a cousin of his. One of his uncles had come over from one of my dad's uncles came over from Israel, and that kind of stuff like that. So that kind of stuff like that. So like my grandmother, she was also the religious type. My dad's mother. So she used to travel, and they used to travel to Ireland, Egypt, Israel, and that kind of stuff like that. So my dad's mother's sister, my dad's mother's sister, I forget how the cycle works. It somewhere along the line, some of my dad's relatives, yes, sister was married to my grandfather's brother. This is what it is. My grandfather's brother lived in it, was from Israel. That's where the Jewish came in, if I get it correctly here. That kind of stuff like that. So that would have been my grandmother's sister, husband. Or brother or something like that. Oh, sorry. My grandmother's. Yes, my grandmother's either sister was over there. I don't know. That's getting polygamish, because this family does have polygamy in it. I wouldn't be surprised if it is supposed to be. I'm confused because yes, there is instances of polygamy going on in this family. Sorry, guys. But yes, sister, my grandmother's sister. And my dad and my grandfather's brother were married, and they lived in Israel, and that kind of stuff. And so yes, it was my grandfather's brother. I get confused with the family tree shit. So yes, that's where the Jewish comes in. That's why I was shocked. That's why I'm mixed. I'm a mutt. I can't help it. See what my family did to me? They screwed me up. When I was 18, that's probably what screwed me up from being accepted for First Nation status. Because my family all broke the treaty. Nobody married in within their own culture. Because there was a certain time in year they allowed people to mix marry for a while. Definitely. It just happens. There's no control over it. So I'm mixed with all these bloodlines. But does not make me a bad person. Does not make me a bad person at all. I just find it quite interesting. I'm slowly learning and finding this shit out. Totally. Um, and this is stuff my dad hid from me for years. Um, Maybe he probably figured I wasn't old enough to understand it or mature enough to understand any of it. Definitely. Um, I only got to know my mom's side. Definitely. Uh, heritage and history. Because my grandfather sat me on his lap and taught me shit since I was knee high to a grasshopper, and educated me on everything since I was a kid. Um, Definitely about all everything he's went through and what everything he was a part of. Definitely. Um, he passed on in 1995, 96, about 15 or 16. Um, and they buried him Mount Royal Cemetery in Montreal, Quebec. So this is why I said, like, I've had family and all over the place. Now goes to find out my younger stepsister now is living in the UK. She now lives over in UK, England. Um, I guess she's planning on getting married at some point. Definitely. Um, the stepsisters that are nice to me now, the stepsisters are supposed to be evil. They're not supposed to be nice. It's the other way around. It's my biological sister, um, my biological older sister. That's the jealous one. It's supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be the stepsisters are supposed to be jealous? Or the stepmothers are supposed to be jealous? No. It's the other way around. Um, my biological mother, she's passed on now since 2017. But my stepmother's always been nice to me. Um, but yeah, my biological mother, when I was growing up as a kid, she was mean and cruel, but I tell you, I still respected her. Um, but my stepsisters, um, the one is the oldest one of my older stepsister, is now living in the UK, in England, uh, in the United Kingdom. So, like I said, it's she's doing well. That's kind of good to hear. I kind of nice to hear that. Um, I guess I'm going to either have a niece or a nephew. Uh, Definitely. But and then I don't hear too much anymore about my other stepsister, Chucky. I call her Chucky for short, but that's not her real name. Um, and my stepbrother, he's back out at sea working on the ships or whatever as an engineer. Um, Definitely. So it is kind of weird. Um, that so I know my dad, he still talks to me now and then, but that's why I said I've forgiven him for a lot of stuff he's done to me since I was a kid. Kind of let it go and shove it on the rug. He's up in his age, he doesn't need his past haunting him and that kind of stuff like that. Um, since now my biological mother's passed on, it's weight lifted off of everybody, off of him at least on that. Um, which is the good thing part of it. Um, but yes, other than that, um, I guess they're all doing well. Totally doing well. But I don't know. Crazy lifestyle I've gone through. Totally. But yeah. So, like I said, I know I got weird kind of. I know, guys. I have kind of weird history. My family's got a weird history, guys. Definitely. It's one of those weird ones. Totally. I don't know why everything's totally weird. Um, I know, but you kind of get used to it after a while. You know, you have to tolerate it. I have to tolerate it. Um, but yeah, other than that, I'm keeping well, watching movies, that kind of stuff like that. Um, I don't know at this point, but I tell you, a lot of weird things during these times have happened. Totally has happened. I'm not going to tell you the weirdest thing that happened to me the other day. That I'm not going to get into. Totally. Um, yeah, sure did. It shocked me. Totally. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to do a quickie. Just giving you updates on what's going to be on TikTok Live Theater, guys. Definitely. I'm doing the things. I'm doing the things very slowly right now. Usually, I do things a lot quicker, but I'm slowing down on a lot of stuff because, like I said, I'm back to back with appointments with myself and with my wife. Totally. Um, like I said, it's crazy, 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 crazy. Um, so definitely, I have to as while I'm doing one thing, as much as I hate multitasking, and I'm not capable of multitasking or juggling. I'm juggling right now a lot of shit that I don't need to be multitasking out of the way and juggling and that kind of stuff like that right now. So like I said, so by keeping these shows up, like it's humoring me. It's making me when I go back and watch my own shows, I laugh at my own self. Totally. Um, this is this is why I said like these are the times we're facing. Totally. Um, and like I said, I have to really keep an eye on everybody as much as possible right now. I got to keep checking in. Like also too, like the reserves locked down, so my wife still checks in on her mom and that kind of stuff, like calling her now and then and see if she's doing okay or whatever. Because the reserve had another lockdown where she lives. The reservation had another lockdown. Do not let the native people leave their homes. Not for nothing. Um, out here at Sagin Reservation, Sagin Shores First Nation Reserve. I don't know what Cape Coker's like, the other one, but Sagin, no, they're not. They're totally locked down. They're Southampton district, um, which is the other side of Solomon Beach. But yeah, like I said, but other than that, the great news is I'm fully vaccinated. So is my wife, but her health was going down before she got vaccinated. So no, it has nothing to do with the COVID-19. It just has to do with her liver. Um, but it does worry me. But that's why I'm watching over her. She's watching over her mom. Um, that kind of stuff like that. So I'm telling you, I'm not. I have to be prepared. I mean, in a case of emergency. Definitely, I got to be alert. It's got to really keep my eyes on things. Totally. Um, you know, that's what I said. Right now, like right now, she's walking around. She's doing okay. But like I said, there's times where her health is up and down. One minute she's fine, next minute she's sick. Next minute she's fine, next minute she's sick. Um, I'm starting to see signs that she's not. She's starting to shake a lot. Um, it is. There's a lot of scary signs right now. Um, she's having trouble. She's slowly her walking starting to break down a bit. I'm starting to notice stuff like this. I don't think she's noticing it, but I'm noticing it big time. Totally. I can't help seeing it. Um, I'm stuck. I don't know what at this point. I don't even know what to do. Um, and no, I'm not going to be rude. I'm not going to be mean and go shove her in a home. Definitely, I'm not going to be that mean to my wife like a lot of husbands will. Um, I also too, when she comes in and out, I do have to watch her on the stairs coming, because our apartment building, and this is another thing that ticks me off. I love living here. Yes. The rent's reasonable. I know the landlord is a couple times at first we didn't see eye to eye at first, but now we're starting to understand each other. Um, but off that topic, um, the building's not equipped for senior citizens. It's not equipped for wheelchair accessibility. It's not. It's all stairs all the way the fuck up. Totally. Right when you come through the main one entrance into the building, and that is off of William Street here. That is it. There is another entrance, but we can't use it because there's apartment that goes through somebody's apartment into the door through our hallway. Main hallway. Then we got little square exit, old-fashioned fire escapes down the side. That is it. The building sits on a hill that I live in. It used to be an old bank. It was many things. It is historically. It is the owner said it is unrenovatable. Definitely. Because on how it slants on a hill. Itself is historical type building, old building. Again, when you come through the double doors, the stairs all the way up. The first floor is down where the laundry room is, where the apartment is. That comes from the entrance off of Burford Street through the guy's apartment and through his door, out to the hallway, past the laundry room and cable room. Then you come through the William Side Street entrance, past the buzzers. There's stairs that come all the way up 4 floors. There's the first floor down by the laundry room. There's the entrance landing from William Street. Then there's a set of stairs that goes to that takes you to the second floor. This was all screwed up. Then you come up another set of stairs to our floor, which is the 3rd floor. And then there's another set of stairs that goes up like a zigzag to the 4th floor. There's no elevator. No wheelchair ramps, no elevator. Even the front doors are not equipped or wide enough for wheelchair accessibility. There's no push button, nothing. It's not equipped for seniors or for wheelchair accessibility. It violates the handicap wheelchair code. Totally, I do know that. But I have to live here. I don't make an issue out of it. I understand their frustration on point that they can't afford the budget for it, that to renovate it. And they said it's unrenovatable. It's not in their budget. They don't have the money to renovate this place. So it's kind of stuck as is. So it's something I have to have to live with. But there's been cases where there was a tenant that already fell down the stairs, totally across the hall from me. And then there's a senior that lives next door to me, her and her daughter. And she even said a couple times she fell down the stairs. Like I said, and myself, I have fallen on these stairs, lugging up bags of groceries. At the end of each month, I have to carry groceries from the landing all the way up the stairs, up 3 flights of fucking staircases. I managed to do it with no problem, but there was a couple times where I have collapsed. I have fallen on the stairs myself, where I almost fell down the stairs and out and through the glass, almost fell through the glass partition and then out the door. Because on how steep and thick the stairs are, no elevator. And I got bags that are, we have to put everything in cloth bags. Like when my wife brings home the plastic bags, she's got to put them into cloth bags. She's got to smart, because she started to take the cloth bags now. So I'd carry stuff up in the cloth bags. To somewhat make it easier, But because the plastic bags, they don't last long. They split holes in them. They burst open, especially if you got to carry eggs and stuff like that. Or especially have to carry if she's got to carry juices or light pops that she can drink. I drink the dark pop. Like I said, I can honestly say I've fallen, even myself, I've fallen on these stairs a couple times, more than on several times or several occasions. But I never made a big. I'm the type of person I won't make a big issue out of it. Like people say, you should be. Your tenants should be speaking out against it about the fact there being no elevator, or no proper, or it's not equipped for wheelchair accessibility, or not equipped for senior needs. Definitely, and I'm putting it in a polite way. But yeah, I can see the point. Like they said, the building it is. They said it's unrenovatable. They can't renovate it. It's too old of a building. It's not on a flat foundation. It's on like a curve on a hill. The building sits on a hill, so it is. If they can't do anything with it, they did mention they can't do anything with it because of the way the place is built. How the foundation doesn't sit properly. Not on a flat surface. It's on a tilt. On a skid tilt of a hill. So again, at the bottom of the building, it's lower than the top of the building because the top of the building actually goes uphill. The whole entire building is built on a hill. I didn't know that. I thought it was all flat ground. No, if you don't always see it, you don't notice it till you're outside walking on the sidewalk. You feel yourself going up a bit of a tilt. Even if you stand back down 100 feet down the street, you can actually see that little tilt of that hill the building sits on. Totally. Or building sits on. This is why I said and the bricks are not doing too well either. Some of the bricks are starting to crumble too at the back, starting to rot away. Like I said, I'm just lucky. It's just barely holding itself together. That's what worries me a lot. Totally. And they don't even hire a stonemason to fix nothing outside. I know of one, but he can be he can be a bit of a swindler. I know. I've helped him out when he pulled his back out. I know what he's like. This one, anyways. But yeah, like I said, it's just craziness. I don't worry too much on that. I'm not going to worry about that. I definitely, like I said, they explained why. They even explained to their tenants why they can't fix nothing, why they can't do any heavy renovations because the fact it's built on a hill, that this foundation's so fucked up. Totally. Since day one, since they built this place, and how old of a historical, how old a place this building is. But yeah, so there's a scoop. In that, so thank you guys so much for tuning on in, guys. I will slowly get when I'm able to. I'm gonna get cracking on the second half. From Felicia Liliani through the Looking Glass, Indiana T Plane through the Looking Glass, guys, on TikTok. Definitely, you guys are gonna sit there and you guys will enjoy that. I know you guys will. Definitely, if you guys are getting kicked out of the first one, the second one's gonna be. Hopefully, it's just as good. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning on in, and we'll catch you guys later. Bye for now.